Good afternoon. I was about to say morning, and I'm at the wrong time of the day. What is up? We are live on a Saturday. Also, we're clearly not correctly prepared. You start working. All right. So we decided we were actually going to go live after all. I was kind of weighing it up, and I saw the amount of games in the upcoming One Trick Pony, and there's just so many that are going to go uncast. And that, you know how I feel about uncast games, guys. That is criminal. So we're here to help out. So, of course, Wham's going to be covering some of the series on her channel, but we're going to be covering a bunch here. So we're checking out Baltune versus Dumu, possibly checking on Vortic and Core afterwards if it's like delayed and whatnot. But then we'll have into the quarterfinals. Looking at the quarterfinals, I think we might stick with this side of the bracket, like the Dumu Watch Show, or possibly we switch over to something like the Wham Killjadi / Beasty Murad. We'll see how it goes though. But should be a fun one. Really excited for the Dumu versus Baltune series, because that's going to be Ottomans versus French for 5 games in a row. Oh my god, but at least the map's going to be different. I thought it'd be especially intriguing just because we don't really see much Otto success. If anyone can make it work, it's going to be Benny Boy himself. We're just keeping an eye out at the moment for when the draft does go up. And then we'll be hopping into who are the China One Tricks. The China One Tricks is actually going to be Cat. So Cat is going to be going up against B. Here you go. We can have a look here. I can run you through who's going to be playing what on this side here. So Beasty got the Abbasids. Myriad, I believe, got, Malians. Then Wham got the Byzantines. Killjadi got the HRE. Anatand got Jean. Sass got Mongols. Louis MT got... Oh, God, actually, what did Louis get? Okay, it was Ibids. I remember Corvinus got Delhi. No surprise there. PuppyPaw ended up with all the dragons. Scatterbrained ended up with Juji. B got Japanese, Cat got Chinese, Vortic's got the English, Core went for the Rus, and then finally Baltune chose Ottomans while Dumu chose French. So the way it works is there is going to be a nice healthy roster of maps to choose from. They've got Borderland, Bridges, in fact let's just stick on this moment. Borderland, Bridges, Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, Four Lakes, Holy Island, Kalauga, Mountain Clearing, and Prairie. So only 5 of these are going to be getting used today. Some will be banned out. But I thought that was like a reasonable breadth where especially Ottos could be kind of intriguing. Ottomans versus French in particular kind of could be a very surprising outcome, just because if you can get to that cast stage, you have got the power of the Janissaries behind you, right? So like in theory, what has been allowing French to really linearize the game with just mass knights at the moment, technically can be counted. Wait, what? If not stealing, if you don't get caught? Wait, what? Where did this come from? It's appropriate you mentioned Warhammer 40k. Before we hopped on, I was actually playing through Bolt Gun. I've almost completed the game. So we're literally like on the last level, I believe, where we're going to murder the heretical sorceress. Or sorcerers. One second. Let me check. So I'm checking on something because we're waiting to see... Because we should have Benny Boy's series. But if he's going to be too long, we might switch over to something else because he's decided to go for a lunch break at the most interesting of times, I guess you could say. So there's a possibility we check out Vortic versus Core instead. And then dial back to Dumu's series. Not ideal, not really what I wanted to go with, but definitely want to see that Otto French matchup. But we'll give it a second. I'm going to check in and see if he's good to go. So I'll message Baltune, because I imagine Baltune's on standby. Oh, no. Okay. I think we're good. So, we should have the draft coming up in a second. Sorry about that. Basically, Ben decided to go for a quick lunch break at the funniest of times. But we should be getting the draft set up momentarily. I hope. It's pretty easy as well, actually, now that I think about it. The positives of this tournament is that you don't have to worry about the draft dragon out. By the way, what do you think? Do we put the... maybe put it down here? Yeah, screw it. We'll put it there. Man's got to eat. Yeah, I imagine Ben was in one of his longer ladder games, maybe, and that kind of ate into the time. But Benny Boy's back now. We're just waiting to see if Baltune's ready to rock and roll. Like I said, we'll give it a minute or two. If they're not, then we might just switch over to, like, what, Vortic's Core? Or we go with... Just having a look. Well, it's either that or I go to B and Cat. I was coordinating with Wham because I want us to not, like, end up stepping on each other's toes. But, like, if it takes too long to get rolling. It shouldn't really. Seeing as Ben is now back. I'm assuming Ben is back, considering it does not say E on the screen anymore. What's that? Alright, nice. Yeah, Baltune's here as well, so we should be getting the draft in a second. What do you guys think? What do you think they're going to pick? Because we've got Ottomans versus French. Like, what do you want to ban if you're French? Is Prairie... Like, I don't feel like Prairie is good for you. That gives the French their all-in timing, right? That's going to be hard to hold. So, like, I'd expect Prairie to be, like, maybe a prior ban in the French-Otto matchup. Outside that, other map that you'd probably want to remove as Ottomans... Boldland, because it's like probably the most pro scouts heavy map in the rotation. Then for Baltune, like you're kind of worried about like more linear maps, ones where he can just like suffocate you. Maybe like Mountain Clearing comes to mind because I think there's not enough mobility there. Other map would be I feel like French win on Holy Island, right? Yeah, Holy Island's going to be a tricky one. Interesting. Both Otto and French are good on the same map. I mean, that's not entirely true though, right? Because like, so here's the interesting thing: when you put two civs that you think are good on the same map, what you end up doing is you have to then realize that one has to give way to the other usually, right? So like for example, if you have French and Ottos, and the logic is like Ottomans would build Sipahi and French would build Knights, which one wins? It's Knights. It's very easily Knights, right? So with that in mind, an Ottoman player is more likely thinking about, okay, how do I get to Janissaries? Well, if I want to get to Janissaries and use Janissaries well, I'm then thinking about an entirely different map, right? I'm not looking for an open map like Prairie where I can raid. Now I'm thinking about more squished maps, like maybe Mountain Clearing or maybe Coastal Cliffs, where I don't get stretched as wide and then killed for it. But like for Ottos, you want to remove basically the best Pro Scouts maps here against French, which should be Boldland and I'd say Prairie. All right, we good to go? Baltuna. That is an adorable name, actually. The beautiful one and only Baltuna. Did we set up... Oh, crap. I don't think we have a draft screen for... No. Do I have the drafts in here? Huh. We may be a little bit low budget today. I totally forgot to like make a new scene for other tournaments from the drafting side. So we'll make do. I think I don't have one anyway. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. But this one doesn't have... Oh, no, it does. Okay, okay, we're good. So we might as well get rid of that part of the draft. That's not going to matter. And then what we want to do is we'll reset everything. We'll do 5 maps. And then we'll stick on the screen so you guys can see what's happening. Dimu's gonna Boldlands? Nah, dude, told you. Banned. Banned! Look at that. But he didn't ban Prairie. He actually chose Bridges instead. That is a little bit more surprising. But the Boldland one is like, you've got to get rid of it, right? It's just way too open. So, other side, Baltuna kind of going the way we thought. Instead of it being the Holy Island ban, it's going to be the Full Length ban. But that means Holy Island will be our default starter. Which is an interesting way to begin this. Prairie makes it through Coastal as well. And then if we quickly... Kalauga plus Dry Arabia. Fantastic. Okay. And then... Baltuna. Dude, I think he should rename himself Baltuna now. Right, guys? I don't know, man. That name kind of pops. Not gonna lie. Okay, so we should have. Boom. There we go. Oh, I need to create a stream deck button now, don't I? Let's get the game open though. So, a bit hard to tell who won the draft. Wait, no. Idiot. Baltune won the draft because he got French 5 times. Wow. I mean, on paper, right? Like, French looks pretty good, but we have to remember that we're talking about Ottomans on the other side. So I think, like, your game plan is probably usually to play Survive here and try to get the castle age as clean as possible. That would be my theory on how, like, Ben approaches this. Let me just make this bigger, by the way. Oh, I just realized. One sec. Where's Baltune? Have I got him added? Pretty sure I have Baltune added. So I just realized I can very easily add in the Civ speech map. Man, this is like great. This is just great for like streamlining the process. I mean, in some ways, I've said about this, like sometimes I do kind of hate the drafting element of AoE, and here's why. I actually think it's really cool, and I love drafting. So KB, why did you just say you hate drafting? It's time consuming in a broadcast, it's time consuming, it slows things down, right? And that's the part that most people don't like. That's why it was really cool when EGC with the recent tournament, they streamlined the process, right? That looks so goofy, by the way. They streamlined the process where it was just, you know, the draft was already pretty much there and the next game was ready to go. That's really important because the downtime scares people away. Most games have this problem. Like Dota 2 even, you know, there are a lot of people that love the draft in AoE. There's a lot of people that love the draft in Dota 2. There's a lot more people that don't necessarily care about the intricacies of the order of picks. And like, you know, most people aren't sitting there going, oh, I bet he's going to pick Phantom Lance next. Or, oh, I reckon he's going to pick French next, right? Or does he go for Malians? You know, because like if you're that type of person who's really that engaged into the draft from that POV, you can do that yourself after the draft completes, basically going through the thought process as it bounces back and forth, right? It's like all you get when you have these longer drafts is you just drag out the time to get into game. All right. Do I not have Baltune added? No. I don't think I do. Unless this is a different Baltune, but I don't think it is. No, this is... I think this is the correct Baltune, yeah. Alright, we'll get him added so it's easier. We should be ready to get in game in a second. We shouldn't have to worry about stream delay on this one, which is always nice. Yeah, dude, like, of course Dumu's going to ban Borderlands. Just think about it for a second. It just makes way too much sense to, like, leave it, to not ban it, right? Because you've got 4 deer pockets, it spreads you wide, and that means French Knights can just peel you apart. So, like, you want to basically target maps which squish everything together wherever possible. So, like, key objectives need to be tighter because you are going to be going Spearman into Janissary in most cases against Knight spam. So, like, with that in mind, you don't have the ability to play an ultra-wide map. So I'm kind of surprised Prairie made it through, right? Because we talked about, like, ban-wise, what was the thing he banned instead? He banned bridges, right? That was a little bit surprising of a Prairie, but you can see the similar concept. Because of the bridges, it in some ways makes it even harder to rotate from, like, top to bottom, etc. So, yeah, I think it makes good amount of sense, like, his ban process there. Let's change the music a bit. Not really feeling the Sonic mood. Yo, have you guys heard about Drongo expanding into other games? Yeah, no. Like, I heard about this. I think it's Reddit. I saw something about it. He's taken up Civ. He's a Civ player now, yeah. He's bailed on us.
If you live in a high-rise building, you safely.
See, that is clearly Drongo right there.
Your home, your safety online to find out more.
There you go. Oh my god, dude, come on. He tried Deadlock? I didn't know about the Deadlock one.
Have you started up a game of Civ 7 and have gone to place a building and just thought, well, where the hell should I put this? The numbers are bigger on some tiles and other tiles have bonuses that just seem to be...
Now, I've been weighing this up myself, making additional YouTube channels. He didn't use the primary. And there's a good reason, by the way, why he didn't use the primary. It would dilute. Like, occasionally Drongo has done videos on his primary. And there's an argument that what then happens is, like, let's say he does... and I mean, no, not game yet. Let's say he does a video about, you know, whatever comes out. He done a video too about Civ, which was sponsored videos. Let's say he does videos about like Settlers or whatever strategy games comes out. What you end up doing is you get a new haul of audience, but then that new haul of audience isn't necessarily interested in the follow-up content when you go back to the primary game. So what you end up doing is you kill your metrics because YouTube is then being told that people don't like the content, so they don't then get recommended it. So that's why he would have went and made new channels. This is why I've been considering it as well. There's a few games that I'm kind of eyeballing up. Like, I'm tempted, man, to do some Dune content around May. I don't know if I just kind of, like, say screw it and bite the bullet on, like, my metrics on Twitch decreasing. Because, like, the nice thing for Drongo, the way he does it, he just does YouTube, right? He doesn't stream on the Twitch channel. That's where, like, it's awkward for me, I think. Because Twitch is my money maker. I mean, I say moneymaker, I'm not rolling in cash, but like compared to YouTube, Twitch makes me probably 5 times more right now. So like, I need to think about that. I definitely want to try to diversify content. Like I was thinking more lifestyle as well, think like vlogs, etc. But I do like this idea. Like it's smart by him to go ahead and do a different game. Because like the other thought I was having is like we could take the primary channel and make it generically about strategy games. But the problem with that is like you have to hop strategy games consistently. So, like, what would we do with the regular Age of Empires 4 content? So, when you're at that thought process, at that point, you might as well just start a new channel, which is what Drongo done. And, guys, it's doing well. Look at this. 2 weeks ago, 203k. 12 days ago, 143k. He's killing it, man. This is fantastic for him. I'm happy for him. Like, you know, even the ones that, like, are more recent, the viewership's down a bit, but, like, he's still getting 40, 50k average views. That's good money. That's, like, double what you're seeing on the AoE 4 stuff, and it's still long-form videos between 40 and an hour and a half. So, you know, props to him. I'm glad it's working out for him. But, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think we should maybe look at creating content around? If we were to do some extra games, what do you think we should do? I was thinking... And this is what I kind of hope is quite different from Hom 3. Because if it's not, we'll look like idiots compared to the geniuses that have been playing Pro Hom for years. I think we might try and do some content around Might and Magic Olden Era. I was weighing up doing some Monster Hunter content. I just don't know if there's enough depth there. I played a decent amount of Worlds before. And some elements are intriguing. But in terms of how-to guides, etc., you'd have to do like a different form. Total War is a cool idea as well. My only worry with Total War, like I'm keeping an eye out for the next Total War. If they do a Total War Warhammer 40k, I will be on it like a carb on it. But going to Warhammer right now, there's just so much content on it already. Like, it doesn't make sense. If you think about what Drongo done here, what's really smart, he chose a brand new game. He done that intentionally. He chose a brand new game that was going to be big. That's why like SC2 makes no sense, right? You have to think about what's new. Because when it's new, there's new people looking. You know, I'm not saying if we had like a million new people coming in, I'd be big all of a sudden. But like, as much as I love all the people I've got, you know, the size of my channel on AoE 4, it's tiny compared to some others. And the reality is like, if you miss the windows of ops around new games, it can be harder to then grow a channel unless you do something really different. Whereas like, obviously I do something similar to Drongo. We both cast games. So like, it's very smart. He's chosen new games. I'm looking to new games and thinking what we could do. Maybe Tempest Rising could be a cool way to go. I tweet about how much I love Red Alert, so we'll have to see. But you know, I might upload this to YouTube and get the feelings over there as well. Let me know what you guys think though. Did you know that Drongo actually had a secondary channel? I heard it. I didn't know about the Deadlock one. I do know that at one point he wanted to get into Dota 2, but that's a whole different ball game. But yeah, let me know what you think, and I'll catch you in the next video because we got to get in the game. Whoop whoop. All right. All right. Get you gambaholic sorted. Getting into Dota sounds impossible. It's the same every tourney. Well, it's more like it's impossible for what he had in mind of like casting games. No one cares about pub games in Dota 2 because there's too much tournament, you know? All right. One and all, what a happy Saturday I've got for you. That's right. We are here with the One Trick Pony Clash. If you're not familiar with this tournament, this is a really interesting one that Mareka cooked up. You only get to play one Civ entirely, ever, for the entire tournament. Not just the round, the entire tournament. Dimu rolled the Ottomans. Baltune has got the French. Honestly, Baltune just kind of got his comfort zone here. French is, I think at this stage, his most played Civ in Age of Empires 4, especially around team games. Dimu, on the other hand, is a crafty bugger with Ottomans. And Ottomans, in theory, is a counter Civ into French, at least in the later phase of the game. But we kick off on Holy Island, which is a very different type of approach than what you're used to seeing here. Not French Knight Spam versus Janissaries. It's going to come down to boat warfare. Interesting as well, right? Like the way they kind of drafted through. I guess the one thing that I'm thinking about here that's quite peculiar is like how impactful could Holy Island as the opening map be to the outcome? Right? Because obviously, this means whoever wins this only needs to get 2 more maps. And although your opponent can control the flow, it's still like a noticeable advantage. Other maps we got is Prairie, Coastal Cliffs, Calauga, Dry Arabia. I feel like a lot of those are going to be really good for the French raiding force. But this is the map where Ottomans could potentially surprise a little. Just because of their cheap efficiency. Yeah, with plays like this, we've got a Rax opener. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, makes sense, right? Baltune is most likely going to School of Cavalry, so you're going to need Spearman anyway. But in the meantime, what you could do is you could idle him out in his gold. In fact, if you think about it, because of the fact that he wants to go and build the fishing boats first, Baltune is yet to go out to the gold. And this is something that Dimu is now entirely assured of when he sees double dock. Very expensive investment for Baltune. You know, yes, these do count as houses now, so it's a bit more cost efficient, but that's 300 wood compared to the 100 wood investment from Dimu. Oh, not this again. No, can we... Someone just lube him up with some peanut butter and push him out. This happens so often. Dimu, also a really good sheep count. 23 to 11? Wow. Okay, this is a little bit worrisome. Baltune, you know, sometimes the sheep do matter. Not always, but sometimes they do. When you get pushed off and you end up stuck on land, it's a backup plan, right? But now, Baltune doesn't really have a backup plan. Not with 11 sheep. I wonder if Dimu could actually turn this into a bait and switch where he just... Oh my god, please. Come on, no. Just... Alright, how many boats will do this? Oh my god, are they getting faster? Hold on a sec, do I need to put the Sonic soundtrack back on? Oh god. So not really the efficiency that Dimu was hoping for in this game. Remember, Dimu isn't as far behind as this is showing, by the way. He has 3 fishing boats, 21 and 26. The Spearman... Wait, no, he didn't even go for the gold. He goes straight after the docks. Okay, that's interesting. I thought Dimu would just try to gold starve him, but no. It's going to be a commitment to clear out the docks. Interesting. I mean, Baltune, he does have a lot of docks here. He's adding a 3rd one in. Dimu doesn't know that, though. So for Dimu to make this worthwhile, he has to come up here and place an outpost as well. However, because Baltune has squished these together, you can get maximum value. And the crazy thing now is Baltune isn't even thinking about any night raids down the line. No, he just wants the efficiency of being able to swap resources here. Chamber of Commerce coming in. Oh, okay. We're at the cigarettes and talk while watching a movie together phase. And then kiss each other goodnight. Yeah, the friction is done. Dimu. Well, he does now see it all. I think the Spearman would have seen it anyway. He drops the dot. Okay. Interesting. This is pretty cool, actually, because with the outpost, it's going to be very hard to contest him. Dimu's been cooking, man. This is sick, because think about what happens now. When Baltune brings out boats to fight, and he commits underneath this outpost, he's going to get shot down really fast by the bonus damage. Meanwhile, you can just guard here with the spearmen, slowly take out the docks. So Baltune's in a really sticky situation. This feels like a really cool iteration on the Iabid double dock aggro drop that we were seeing out the Canadians before. Tech up now on the way for Dimu. He's holding onto the 50 stone here. We'll just garrison the villages, so it is idle time, but I was about to say, I'm not sure if you want to commit to it. He's going to start walking back now. No second outposts coming up. But like we said, the whole point here is if any aggro comes out, you can retreat away, reset, go back in. And what is up, Bleach Fox? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Use the points from Ottomans for emplacements. I don't think it's worth it. So the thing about the point you're talking about, here you go, I'll show you. Right here. Extensive fortifications. So one of the tricky things is I don't think it replaces naval arrow sleds. It's only going to be for this one outpost. It would only be worth it if you added in additionals. No caster mode? Oh, we were just showing the vizier points off because the fortification one is still kind of unfamiliar for a lot of people. Basically, it discounts the cost of fortifications and gives them crossbows instead. So traders have been spotted as well. Dimu can easily just shut this down. It's only 16 gold each way, but I mean, these were for free, right? This was just additional economy to happily have. Baltune has got the spring ships out now. Now, this is where things are a bit awkward. Dimu, he isn't adding in any boats. He didn't keep the villages to repair. Wait, he's... That... I think that's... I think he just selected all docks there. He's building fishing boats out of the... What? I'm wondering if Dimu... I think what happened here is Dimu didn't know about this dock. But when he saw it, he's like, well, I'm kind of committed now, so we'll add in our own dock and kind of force more attention out of it. He has still been blowing fishing at home. Dimu's opening feels like it makes a bit more sense if he was looking to like bait and switch with a fast castle land play. Now it just feels like he wasn't necessarily expecting the third dock, which is understandable. The painful part about it as well is it's just double value for Baltune because now he can use it for the traders to get even more gold income. And archers are already coming out, so Dimu, it is going to be the double Sipahi. Yeah, he's going to try to make this about his land as much as possible. In fact, you can see that by the fact Dimu, despite the fact he has got these fishing boats, still yet to actually add in any warships. So he is following this whole notion of don't get into a water fight here, leverage land entirely. I like this. It's pretty cool. Spearmen are actually getting additional burn value here. And Baltune is also pop locked, so he can't actually get the new boat out. It's going to finally spawn. But now that dock's on fire, remember that's also going to be housing lost for Baltune. First spring ship now getting added in by Dimu. Interesting considering like he's behind on spring count. But he has to address the galley first before he can think about demo pull. He should have a decent amount of gold to do demos, by the way. Remember, he did go for the Sultan Hani. Archers are starting to blob up a bit. There is a potential play here for Baltune, but it's very risky to go raid. Needs to get the stables first. Fishing is going to get idled out, but we do have the emplacements coming in. I'm starting to wonder if he did get the... No. Because I'm pretty sure the fortifications point does discount the naval arrow slits as well. I'm just not sure it gives you a crossbow shot instead. Pretty sure it doesn't, actually. So I don't know how that would really improve upon 35 damage. You saw a trader moving along the coast? Wait, what? Oh. Wait, did... Did he really just try to trade with... Oh my god, he did. Look at the line. Freaking Baltune. It's like, if you don't want to build boats, I'll force you to. Oh my god, what a genius. And he got blocked on his neutral trade, so he was trading with Dimu's dock. Oh, that's brilliant. He's gonna go back. Block my trade, will you? No, Baltune. This is self-griefing. This is sabotage. You have to leave the dock alive. How else are you gonna trade with it? Oh god, this is brilliant. He could actually make it kind of even better by just trading with his dock here. So like, I don't know if he realizes it yet, but the optimal trade route would be enemy dock your dock. Oh, Baltune is always an entertaining sword. So a lot of stable play coming in now. Dimu was trying to lean hard on Sipahi, and this is what we talk about. Like, this stage of the game should feel really awkward for Ottomans, because Sipahi will not really beat knights. The eventual goal is to try and get Castle Age before there's too many knights, because then you have Janissary play. It's been a while since we've seen Holy Island. What do you think, guys? Are we liking it? I feel like we're liking it mainly because of this. He's like, don't look at me. No, no, no! Damn, that guy almost done a somersault. That was as clumsy as me when I fell off that climbing wall. Meanwhile, on land, Clash is going to be good there for Baltune. About the spearmen. Wait, were they clicking on the archers? It looked like it. Okay, so Baltune getting a really big win on land. Might come at a cost at sea, though. Dimu is starting to scale there, up to 5 springle ships. The tricky part is like getting in position to do real damage. Baltune just has so much fishing right now. 16 boats. This is the difference maker. He has double the count of Dimu. That's why this army is now able to just spam so quickly. In fact, instead of playing the Age, Baltune is already going castle. Alright, this feels like a bit of a wash, man. Dimu's in a pretty tricky position. The most likely play now is just to follow into castle. If he gets castle, there are some intriguing plays. Let's not forget, the Grand Galleys did get buffed. Yep, I can't believe I'm justifying this, but like, you've got to have someone to look forward to. They now get their military school production rate buffed. Remember, Grand Galley is basically a military school on the move. So there is like some potential there. I'm not holding my breath. Not to be negative about it, it's just I've yet to see a 1v1 Grand Galleys look good for over a year. Meantime, that outpost is now going to be addressed. So full resecure now coming in from Baltune. Springle ships are waiting. They were getting ready to go in, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late now. Armored hulls is already on the way. Sipahi can at least go in for a little bit of a raid. Baltune does have a few traders left to be sacrificed. But remember, even if he loses the traders, because he's French, he's built an eco lead over time. Not much, right, due to the losses. But it will scale. Unless Dimu keeps doing this. Uh-oh. Villagers aren't being pulled away quick enough, so we'll end up losing additionals here. Wow. Okay, this is starting to actually add up. You know how I said, like, he should have a villager lead? Baltune is now behind on villager count. Dimu is ahead of him. Which, I mean, you think he went Pax Ottomana, but he didn't. He's just been that good at finding picks. Now Dimu getting ready for his own castle timing. So Dimu does have to be a little bit paranoid about a slow game now, just because of the guild hall effect. Not absolutely paramount that he'd like attacks in the next 5 minutes, because Janissary's late game would beat knights. And also, while the trade don't really count Janissaries as hard anymore. But at the same time, like, there is a risk that Red Pass will come in a lot quicker than you reach your own late game. Especially when you know your opponent's got a lot more food to play with. Dimu is at least trying to rectify that now, going up to 15 fishing boats. Yeah, but the fish spawns weren't as generous for him, were they? No, one of his ended up pretty far forward. So you can't spread as wide as Baltune can to be efficient. Speaking of Bolt, are you kidding me? What beats a Grand Galley? A Grand Galleass. I mean, it's got ass in the name, so you'd think it's ass in the game. But maybe it could be here to spank. Would be a clean way of trying to deal with the docks itself. Springle ships in the meantime are going to move in the demos as well. Dimu about to be hit by demos. Oh! Big wallop. Follow-up should be good as well. Pins him against the edge. And the springle ships are in. Now, he could have went for the detonation on the fishing boats, but he won the kills. Fishing is going to be forced to repair onto the spring wheels, but it's going to cost him dearly for it. 16 fishing boats now compared to 9. And still enough strength in this push to keep going. Remember, there's a huge overwhelming difference there. The armored hulls only recently came through for Dimmu. I believe, yep, we do have the Spring Cruise as well, so the increased attack speed for Baltune. The demo ship not quite able to get as much as it wanted there, but will take the 2. Now is return fire time. New demo ship from Baltune could be a big wallop if he moved it. All right, he dodged a bullet there. However, on land, there is no dodging. There is no weaving. There's only conceding. Nice dive in. Baltune finding a massacre on the tree line. Also just targeting down those Janissaries immediately with the archers to make sure the knights are not counted here. It's starting to look like an easy peasy opening win for De Francais against one of the weakest civs in Age of Empires 4. And this is meant to be one of the more wilder maps, I want to say. When we get back on the land, you think about this knight archer mass potential for the French. Dimmu's got to be a little bit worried. Curious to see how he's going to try to approach the rest of this series. This game looks close to over. Yeah, there's a handful of archers and knights left. The villager's going to get idled again. On top of that, he doesn't have water anymore. This is usually pretty conclusive at this stage. He has been gathering stones, so likely we're looking at a 2TC drop. Baltune is still hunting, scouring for those villages. Although Dimmu's doing a good job of dodging, the problem is Baltune with this amount of food should just be able to zerg like crazy now. I'm trying to think like what Dimmu's end plan was here. It still feels like when he went for the outpost rush, he panicked when he saw how many docks there were and then kind of left and then came back. I kind of like the idea of just completely cutting your opponent off of mass spears. Just seems like Baltune slivered a few too many docks in there. Kind of just ruined the entire outpost plan. Maybe in hindsight, if Dimmu could go back, I wonder if he would have tried to drop an outpost here as well, or if that's just too expensive. Like, double outpost would have kind of changed the dynamics. Then the spearman can burn all of these down. But it would have admittedly meant that he would have spent a lot more time in the Dark Age. So Dimmu hasn't been killed off just yet. No, he's like that character you thought died in the first season, comes back in the third. The question now is if it's just a cameo appearance. Maybe it's just one of those memory replay moments in the TV series. Because for Baltune, he's got the rams coming in now. He's blowing up knights and archers. Now, we have to remember his military count is deceptive. A lot of it is on the water side. By the way, guys, are you happy? We actually got to see galleys, galleasses. Not the ones we were hoping for. But I guess it still counts. Well, it's fair to say Dimmu hasn't got much time on his side here. Gold positioning is at least good for him. And that extra sheep he got early on definitely is helping. He's down to 7 sheep now. Could still eventually go Anatolian Hills if he feels truly desperate here. Might be forced to feel desperate because, oh, villagers get caught. Trying to walk out to set up on the deer. Dimmu, wow, he actually doesn't see that the knight's still there. So if he tries again for this same play, he's going to lose more. Remember, Baltune also does have the Guildhall stockpiling, so we're going to eventually be seeing a potential forward red palace. Like, he has the type of eco lead where he can just drop it in the base. For Dimmu, he's just trying to scale enough Janissaries, Sipahi to compete. Like, this is the game-winning comp against this comp over here, if you can get enough of it. That's the biggest challenge he has, though, especially now with the military scores being sniped out. Baltune just trying to guarantee there's no flood of Sipahi via food gathering. Oh, boy. Knights are ready for the ride-in. Well, luckily they don't see the villagers, but it's because they've seen something more valuable. The mango goes down. And the Sipahi fully pulled back there. Yeah, he's sacrificing the mangoes, but now the archer is able to clear up the Jannies. That kind of is getting a little bit low. Maybe Ben can thread this and just survive another wave, but with only 2 Janissaries left, it's looking pretty difficult. And now the archers, those that remain, can just go after the villagers, right? No point hitting the Sipahi. Let the knights deal with that. Meantime, Rams just moving in to clear up the military schools, and I think surely we have to be close to moving on to game 2. It's crazy, right? Like, yeah, I get where Dimmu is coming from. On Holy Island, sometimes there's a miracle comeback, but Baltune did not miss his timing at all. What do you guys think? Is this the way the whole series is going to go? Was this the one map where Dumu could potentially win with the Ottomans, is there still hope for good old Benny Boy here in the one-trick pony? Definitely not an ideal beginning. Let's put it like that. Just remember that we need to put full cam draft, don't we? 1 second, because I need to add that to my stream deck. Give me my points? No. Okay, maybe. Mr. Baltunage. Alright, let me see. Where's my stream deck? So I need to add a new bouton. Oui, oui, j'ai les boutons. Tourney draft. It'll be full cam draft. Nice. There we go. So now I should be able to go. Ooh. Beautiful. Alright, so map number 1 for Mr. Baltune. Where are they going to go next? They're going to Kaga. Losing on water was devastating. It often is with Holy Island, right? I feel like that's a big part of why we just got rid of Holy Island. You know, we've seen it so much, and there was a time where I think it was quite epic, but then you eventually kind of reach the stage where it's like, literally, you have to play water. If you lose water, the game is over. Comebacks, they do occasionally occur, but I think people got so good at optimizing the follow-up attack on land, it's become rarer and rarer and rarer as time has gone on. Alright, looks like they're loading in. Let's get ready for game number 2. I need to turn the heat off. Bloody hell. Hi, Yakimo. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome back to Swap. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. We should have bare minimum 2 series, probably more today. So if you don't have to want to worry about ads, all you got to do is subscribe. Okay. Oh, I just realized. Sorry with the logo. The logo's kind of in the way, isn't it? Let's bring it down a bit. There we go. I think that's good. One and all, welcome back to the One Trick Pony. Game number 2 between Baltune and Dumu. Baltune already leaving. We actually head into Kaga here. Dumu chose this map, and I have a feeling we'll be seeing this in a lot of these games. The Dark Age Rax opener. Like the shoving on the deer initially, but makes a lot of sense on this map, actually. Remember, on Kaga, the gold spawns a little bit further out, so you can actually harass and block. Wondering how Baltune wants to react to this, actually, because there is a world in which Dumu can just idle you entirely without being in TC range. This could get a little bit scary. I'm wondering, is this like the play Dumu's going to have to make every game to beat French, though? It's quite possible. The score overlay isn't up yet? Okay, we'll sort it in a bit. It can wait. It's not like the highest priority. So I think we have... Oh, that like kind of works. Sure, let's just go with that. And let's make sure we got it the right way around. So yeah, remember guys, Baltune did take the opening game. This one though, what do you do? Well, he's gone fishing as well, which is going to make this even harder when you eventually have to go for the goal. Like, if Dumu just keeps spamming spears, Baltune's only recourse is to, what, build spears himself on a delay? You could do something sick, like building an outpost here. That could work. Instead, he's going to move out into the goal. First spearman is moving in. Looks like one more split to go over to the dock. So we'll move in for the stabs. Baltune is going to get the shivs out, but a second spearman now arriving is going to kind of muddy this a little. Dumu, it looks like he's going to stop at 5 spears. Baltune still just trying to shiv his way through. He can't leave, remember. He hasn't got enough gold yet. Oof. This is going to be a slow tech up for Mr. Baltune. Like that as well. Notice that Dumu shuffled around, so he was tanking with the other spear. It's just awkward, though, because of the range now. Yeah, Baltune is being annoying about this. Like, if he comes left, just move slightly right. If he comes right, move slightly left. And then he'll always get pushed just in range of the TC. I'm impressed, actually. Baltune, yet rather to lose a villager. This is very slow, though. And the spearman overstep. The sucky thing about this for Dimmu is you actually kind of want the spearmen later because French are going to build knights, right? So actually losing them, it's not like some matchups where it's like, oh, okay, this thing was just for harassment. I don't really care. It is still useful to you when you age up. All right, one's in chat. Be honest if you would have been broken by this already. There's so many low health bars. What was that? Is that 6 villagers at death's door? Still can't get any of them. Baltune's just been on point with the garrisons. Not just that. Remember, because Dimmu invested hard into outgrowing the gold, he hasn't actually killed the dock. Oh, questionable. With 9 on School of Cavalry, I don't actually know if Dimmu's going to be quick enough here. He could bring the spearman across now. That would make it worthwhile. But instead, he's actually keeping the spear here. Other side of this, I think on a map like this, without having fishing, Madrissa could be justified. Most of the time we see people go Sultani at the moment, but food is definitely going to be a key concern here. He's been eating the deer, but he's already through most of them, right? He's got like 1.5 Bambi left, at which point he only has 7 sheep. Anatoly in the Hills does give you an extra lifeline, though. Even comes back out to the gold. Won't be denied that first night. And okay, it's going to be the Sultan Ani, so he doesn't want to actually give up the gold trickle here. So why would Dimmu choose this over food in a game where it feels like you could be quite food-starved? One thing is he could still sneak out of the docks, which we're now seeing on a delay. The other thing is it's not just food you have to be worried about here, it's actually gold. The gold always spawns front side, and it spawns, as you saw on the French side of the map, just out of range of TC protection. It's free villages. Oh, wow. What? Was that? Wait, because he didn't get the dog kill? That was an abrupt end. I thought he might try to play it out a bit more, but apparently that convinced him. So that is now a 2-0 score for Baltune. He's on match point already. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a crash or anything. I think Dimmu, he probably realized that the spearman health bars are just all too low. The first knights will just kill him. He couldn't stop the gold gathering for knights. So he's kind of like in a pretty damn position there. All right, so let's mark up second game. So we went to Kaga, win for the French. I don't know, man. It's like we talked about, like on paper, the matchup is really good for Ottomans if you get your late game. That's like a big if, though. I think that's where it's really falling apart here. Like, what does he actually go to have a better chance now? Prairie? We already said Prairie's like your nightmare. I think Prairie is the worst map for you here. Actually, maybe not. There's a weird kind of like caveat, which is that there's not much wood, so spamming archers is hard. It's just, once again, how do you get to the point where you have Janissary? Maybe you go Dry Arabia, try something greedy like 2TC Hunker Down. Maybe before the Pro Scouts meta that would have been good, but in the Pro Scouts meta, we've seen 2TC falls flat every single time at the moment. Very, very rare to see 2TC beat Pro Scouts. Did Dimmu give him 0-3? I hope not. We should hopefully have the next map in a second. So, let me double check, see if there's any Discord comms. No, there's no comms on it, so presumably we have one more game. Baltune is browsing for customers, so he should be getting into game in a sec. Yeah, I doubt he'd forfeit in this situation. At this point, you just play it through. But like, it's the tricky thing. I feel for Dumu because I'm not really sure how Ottomans are meant to win on these more open maps in a long feudal. Maybe you can just spam spears, you build a few Sipahi and raid. Like that's the one way I can envision it maybe working. You just make it about the flanks and raiding. The idea on Kalaga wasn't terrible, by the way. Like, because those golds do spawn looser, it's not just the gold, it's also the wood that spawns looser. The problem there is just he got out-microed on the initial engagements. He lost way too much health on his spearman, and it put him a mile behind. But the crazy part is, like, that could have easily went the other way, where, you know, your opponent can have food, but if you can block gold and wood, what's he going to build? He can't build archers, he can't build knights. Yeah, like, I don't think that's as much Dimmu playing subpar. I think Baltune was just so on point there. It just felt like any time, like, after the second spearman arrived, or sorry, third spearman arrived, as in, like, second one on the gold, any time he stepped in to try and get a finishing kill, the garrison came in perfectly. Like, Baltune was on it every time. Okay, let me check.
To play anymore, right? Or
What's
how
BO5?
does it go?
Isn't it BO5? It should be BO5. Wait, what? Okay, dude, no, guys, there's already been 3 games. Wait, he joined game 3 and insta-quit? Why? Okay, so... Okay, so checking in on game number 3, which we were waiting in the lobby for... Yeah, he legitimately just immediately quit. Okay, so Dimmu has been speedrun out of the One Trick Pony tournament. Well, the games one by one got quicker and quicker. I didn't even realize that, mate. I didn't even see the game start. Blimey. Okay. So, with that in mind... That's Dimmu out. I'm pretty sure that is the full gist of the tournament, so he's gone. What we can do now is... Give me a sec. Let me have a look at the other series going on. So we could have a look at PuppyPaw versus Scatterbrained. I think, like, so we can do PuppyPaw versus Scatterbrained or hop into the Vortic series. I think we hop into the PuppyPaw. Like, Order of the Dragon versus Yuji should be a lot more interesting, I think. Yeah, they're 1-1 right now. So we'll hop in for game number 3 there. All right, there we go, guys. So we've got a few minutes. That gives me time to update the draft as well, so that's good. So Scatterbrained got OP Juji, and he's already looking OP as it's actually 1-1 in this series. So already a closer series than the last one. Let me get the map draft as well. So we're going to be seeing Coastal, Dry Arabia, Prairie, Holy Island, and Mountain Clearing. Did we throw in games in tournament? I think he just didn't. I think Dimu didn't know what to do at that point. Like he just felt like there was no draft play left. The other thing I'd be like conscious of in that situation is like it sounded as if Dimu thought there was maybe a lower bracket or like a round robin or something, because he said, "Is that it?" So I don't know. Maybe he thought there was more to be played. Altman's is tricky though, man. I don't know. Like one trick pony is like a cool concept for a one offer, but like you see, like there's gonna be certain civs, like especially when you get certain matchups, right? So like you could argue there's maybe a luck of the draft, in that I think Ottomans would rather have been drafted against, like, if we look at the list here, Rus, English, Japanese, you know, like Delhi. I could probably see Ibids as well. Ottomans is good versus French. I mean, is it on these open maps though? Would you say it's good on the open maps is my counterpoint? Oh, hey, Ben. Is not good. Yeah, because my thought is, like, we kept saying, like, for Ben to win, he has to survive. Because, like once again, it's when you read all the unique things for civs, you could argue that, like, Ottomans is good against French, and that, like, oh, they get Janissaries. Yeah, but, like, when do you get Janissaries in the game? And when does a French player get Knights, right? You go Pro Scout, you go military school, age 3, you die both ways. Yeah, that's why I was like, Furycross, like, maybe Ben goes Dry Arabia and tries, like, 2TC. But then I said the problem is in the current meta is, like, Pro Scouts, right? Also, even if it wasn't a Pro Scout meta, if you went 2TC, a French player goes 2TC, it's better. But, like, that's the tricky thing. I feel like this type of tournament probably works better once Pro Scouts has been properly nerfed. Because then you, like, what you want is you want a meta where Pro Scouts, 2TC, and 1TC all in are like all viable things, right? Like you could have pro scouted yourself, but you are going to be behind always, I think, because French are just better at getting pro scouts, right? It's cheaper. Whereas, guys, if you want to do pro scouts as Ottomans, you have to go for the Sultani, but that's only 72 gold per minute, so you're still very heavily delayed. I don't know, man. I feel like Ottomans would be somewhat viable in the current meta if you could at least build scouts out of the military school. That simple change would maybe make them a viable civ for the current meta we're in anyway. GG's, Benny Boy. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Trying to think if there would have been another way that this would have been intriguing, where, like, you pick one civ for the whole series, but it changes each series. I don't know. I feel like... so what you do there, I guess you just ban down until you've both got one civ left. Gamba? Yeah, let's get Gamba going. Scatterbrained. So we're into game 3 here, guys. Oh, deer maps besides the water? Yeah, like, I think I said that, like, I think the one surprise, because you banned... What did you ban? You banned... I said you probably banned Prairie and you banned Baldland. Baldland made a lot of sense. There was a different map you done instead of Prairie though, right? Yeah, Baldland 100% makes sense. The other one, I was like, is Prairie not more threatening here? But you, like, you drafted the way I would have expected, to be honest. Okay. Well, a speedy first series, but actually quick enough that we were able to hop midway into a pretty interesting one here. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We have got Zhuji up against Order of the Dragon. The Canadian prodigy on Order of the Dragon. Scatterbrained on Zhuji, and you're seeing the score correctly. He already got a game on the board. This is pretty cool. Yeah, so Zhuji versus Order of the Dragon. We've seen PuppyPaw dismantle Zhuji picks. In fact, like, Ben is in the chat. He might remember there was a game. I believe it was you that was playing it, right, Dimu? It was on Atacama. PuppyPaw went for a 2TC Order of the Dragon build against Zhuji. And it really surprised me at the time just how effective OTD could be there. Curious to see how this one's going to play out across different maps. On this particular one, I'd say Zhuji should be favored. Right, we're playing onto a water map. Zhuji is phenomenal on this particular water map because on Holy Island, you tend to get outrageous meditation garden spawns. Looks like there isn't an insane one that's easily accessible here, maybe in the center of the map. So in some ways, Scatterbrained wishes he could re-roll. But OTD is definitely no pushover in water. Like, don't write this off as like, you know, Zhuji versus... What's the worst water sib we can think of right now? I mean, Ottomans can be a little bit rough. It's not like Zhuji versus... I feel like Abba can be rough unless you block out the dock yourself. Like, Order the Dragon in some ways benefit from this because they're able to be like mutually militarily efficient. So it comes down to whose economy is better. Delhi the worst? True. Is it maybe time to revisit Delhi? Okay, like, am I the only one who kind of thinks back to when we used to have Delhi all-in fishing boat rushes? Did we overreact in those days? Was it actually that strong? Or was the fact we were panicking against it what made it good? A little bit of food for thought there. Because I've been thinking about it recently. Like, we used to have those situations where people would build 14 fishing boats and pull it. But, like, there is a kind of element, like, if you don't panic and you rush your feudals, surely you should be able to compete. Because the thing is, if someone pulls, like, 14 fishing boats to attack you, that's 14 fishing boats not working. But enough about Delhi. We're not in the Corvinus set here. Villager is going to have to walk home. I like the PuppyPaw just came over and harassed. He's already got, what, 16 sheep to work with, so his focus is just trying to stop Scatterbrained from building additional docks quickly. And it forces a lot of idle time as a result. Also, it kind of keeps eyes on what Scatterbrained is intending here. Meanwhile, other side, Scatterbrained is going to be poking at the dock, but this is a much wearier endeavor to try and achieve. You need to grab stone and berries or golden stone and berries. I think like this would be the golden location for him. You get 50 gold, 25 stone, and 48 food. It's very far up though. And like the thing is, right now, Scatterbrained hasn't scouted the enemy base. I would be a little bit weary about rushing out for a meditation garden here. Because if PuppyPaw has opened with a Rax or followed up now with a Rax and just adds in one spear, you're gonna die trying to build a meditation garden. Like, sadly, shivving down a Dark Age Guild Spearman isn't really feasible 99.9% of the time. So, Arkin on the way. Scatterbrained a little bit slower, but that's because he did decide to add in more fishing boats, right? No. It seems to be a little bit slower overall. What's the difference here? I mean, PuppyPaw did put more in gold. Alright, there you go. Meditation. Okay, so he's going to play it very safe. So he just takes the berries, the stone, the wood at the back. It's reasonable. Like, with this type of positioning, because it's concaved, he's probably going to get about 50 wood out of this. So 50 wood, 36 food, 25 stone. That's 100 plus meditation garden. You see exactly why Zhuji looked so dominant on Holy Island when we last saw them. Details like this. Also, other details that matter a lot is things like Zhuganu. You know, when you play Holy Island, you're looking for a civ that not only can play water well, but also has immensely valuable one-offers. That's why when we're watching the Ottoman-French series between Dimmu and Baltune, like, you got to feel French is a bit better there. Because let's say they both just trickle a little bit of land, like, the French player can just trickle a knight in. That can be a lot more annoying than, say, two spearmen. But, like, with this matchup, because you get immediate access into Zhugnu, you're usually quite scary for a lot of opponents. OTD can be an exception, though, because of just how tanky everything is. One or two Zhug will struggle a lot more to kill these villages than other opponents. All right, what was the predictions like? 61% for PuppyPaw. Okay, but be honest, if you were one of the voters in chat, how much of that is on the name compared to the civ? You have archer ships coming out both sides. Now, remember, on water, there is going to be a nice little advantage for Zhuji in producing quicker here. Looks like he's going to be scanning in. So we'll discover where the gold is. Knowing this detail, I wonder if Scatterbrained looks to poke. Maybe just open the stables, get one or two horsemen out. Because, like, both of the golds are north-facing. The other one is super far out for PuppyPaw. Then again, like, we have to remember Scatterbrained quite likes his water, right? Yeah, there's two 3D clan members in particular that are like, kind of water-obsessed. I'm pretty sure every night they just sit there with snorkeling gear in the tub, smiling. And that's Cat and Scatterbrained. Like, these guys seem to really enjoy the water play. In fact, I believe Scatterbrained, was it? It might have been against Dimu that he took a game when we had Archipelago in the midweek musters. He took a game off one of the top players, I remember that. And Sheik knew, so he is going to be making that move we talked about. The problem, though, is it's been scouted already. PuppyPaw sees it. And he can immediately look to react with, yeah, either an outpost or, even better, a stables. This is brutal. You're going to get free hit by this thing. Starship is going to be surprised by the revelation of the Springles. We'll have to back up here. Scatterbrained going to start scaling there. He's holding a lot of food, actually. Was there a world in which Scatterbrained was contemplating giving the next stage? I mean, if there was no aggro coming, I think it's beneficial for you, right? Because you can just tech a lot faster. And the thing we have to remember about this matchup that's very interesting on a water map in particular is this is a relic race at the same time. Shallow Monks on one side, Regnants, Prelates on the other. So a lot of them do benefit a lot from that transition. It's kind of up to each other to keep them honest to the edge. Horseman is going to be marching out, but the Zhug see him first. So if he holds steady and waits until all Zhug are in range, he actually could get a kill here. And yep, look at this. He walks all the way in. PuppyPaw, quick on the reaction though. Gets away just in time. That was really important. He actually pulled away. Scatterbrained was about half a second or so delayed on attacking. Wasn't able to get that second flurry out. 2 horsemen as well. Okay, this is a bit overkill. 2 horsemen is crazy. PuppyPaw, where's his vision right now? His scout came all the way home. So he assumed there was a lot more Zhug coming. To add 2 horsemen, now even a third, there was clearly an assessment that this was going to be very aggressive from Scatterbrained. We can see what it really is, though. He stopped piling. He just wants the castle play. Man, PuppyPaw in a very kind of defensive format here, actually. The mass horseman, because he's a bit freaked about getting attacked. And then also things like the demo just waiting in the wings. It's almost like he's expecting Scatterbrained to be the aggressive party here. Doesn't seem to be the case whatsoever. Scatterbrained. It was looking a little bit slow, but that's because the last of the fishing boats needs to drop off. Pretty much at what he needs now. He's actually over-gathered on the gold somewhat. Can slits coming in. This is another dirty thing about those stones passively in the meditation garden. Just gives you the static defenses. And now, Shalom Monastery. The monks are going to be a perfect answer against the horsemen. They just have 2 melee armor built into them by default, 190 HP. They square off pretty well against these meaty boys. In fact, they have the same damage, only Shalom monks have double the attack speed. Usually they don't have any Barbican? Sure, but like... wait, does he not... That was a little bit awkward. Seek Shelter not his best friend there, but there we go. He does get the tech up. Keeps most people safe. No wheelbarrow is a little bit tricky for Scatterbrained. It means the tree line could get harassed, but he's already prepping there with an outpost. Shallow Monks do need to be queued up. Scatterbrained does have the food necessary. Villagers, once again, though, no wheelbarrow here. I mean, at this stage, you need to just get shivs out. There's no running away from this. So this is not too bad from PuppyPaw. There's a lot of out of time being achieved. And he needs every little he can get right now. Because he's in kind of a sticky situation and age behind. Fortunately, it looks like he wasn't able to finish off the injured villagers, so they all do go down in the end. Only 2 worker kills in total in this game. And PuppyPaw now adding the spears, presumably out of necessity. He's freaking out about night play. I think for Scatterbrained, though, you probably just focus on pumping more monks for the time being. Actually, Palsguard rocks pretty hard here. Scatterbrained actually trying to attack on water as well. Yeah, he's trying to leverage the Springle Cruise. It's going to be a little bit hard. PuppyPaw has to actually insulate himself there well. He's got additional ships over Scatterbrained. But the thing is, like, from Scatterbrain's POV, he doesn't know that PuppyPaw invested this much on the water. He's assuming that PuppyPaw right now is following into castle. So this whole move is on the premise that, like, hey, we'll have a similar size army, but I have upgrades, you don't. Good micro by PuppyPaw. denies the demo ships. Nice snipes with the Springles there. Now, Springald on Springald only is a fight that Scatterbrained should be capable of winning here if he can maintain the distance, remember. He's got the tower range advantage and the attack speed, actually. Additional demos are going to be coming through. In fact, you need to be very careful when you play from an age behind like this. With only one archer ship, it'll be very easy for Scatterbrained to go in, snipe that down, and then chase you with demos. So PuppyPaw is going to back away. And he is going to be a Burgrave. Okay, I was about to say, I wondered if he was thinking Regnants or Burgrave here. Because the problem with going Regnants is theoretically your opponent is already picking up all the relics, right? We've already got one home, second one that's close by, and two that will be contested. And if you don't have Burgrave, you don't really have a solution to the Shallow Monks. Well, a little bit of poke from Scatterbrained on the fishing. So PuppyPaw with all this food. There's some cool players available to him, right? Right now, Scatterbrained hasn't really committed to a proper army. You could just begin by adding in men-at-arms and forcing him into crossbows. At which point, like, you've already got the food to go for horsemen. Speaking of horsemen, this one is going to try to block the return of the relic. Scatterbrained may need to fight his way out of this one. In fairness, if he was full HP, he would win this fight. Even when he isn't, though, he's still gonna win this fight. It's an old guy with a stick, man. I don't think Scatterbrained has realized, though, so yeah, he just AFK returned to where he was standing. He's distracted by the water side. Very important that Scatterbrained optimizes this detail. He only has one monk. He's kind of on the clock to get these home ASAP. Spearmen are now marching. It's unfortunate, actually. If he'd just been walking home the whole time, it would already be secure. It's like he's going to end up getting flopped there, so it does go down. No second relic coming home. And PuppyPaw in a pretty stable position, and funnily enough, Scatterbrained actually has gone to the crossbows without a reason to. I'm surprised by this. However, on water, he's the one looking to reveal the surprises here. Triple demo moving in. He's just mass Springles, only one archer ship in play, but out of position, tries to move across now. Misses it shot entirely, though, in the demos. They're going for maximum pain. A deep hit here. Detonation a little bit suboptimal in the second. A healthy dose of damage. The question now is whether we can convert 8 Springald ships versus 10. PuppyPaw does have the firepower advantage. Fishing boats are also coming in for the heal. On top of that, PuppyPaw, he could just queue up a few demos right now. Instead, he's waiting for the Springald Cruise. Demo comes around the back. Only gets the one. Triple demo in response. Make it a quadra from Scatterbrained. And PuppyPaw, he's got nowhere to run. This would require perfect micro. Initial detonation gets one. Fishing boats to the block. They get hit hard, though. And the detonation on the back. The whole fleet derelict. And at death's door. And all Scatterbrained needs to do is shove him on through that door frame. He's doing it. Big hit. All of a sudden, PuppyPaw in dire straits here. He may have blocked the play on land, but it's cost him everything at sea. And there are rules in Holy Island. Losing the water never feels like an option. Not this early in the game. All but one boat goes down. That's going to be finished off, though. And docks aren't looking that great either. Double demo pool coming in just to make sure everything's clear. Make it a triple. He actually ends up... Wait, was that timed perfectly for the demo coming out? I think so. So PuppyPaw completely off of water. He needs an all-in Hail Mary. Villagers are going to get harassed in the back of the base. PuppyPaw with mass spearmen. Very tanky. Scatterbrained, only a handful of crossbows. Shouldn't be the best reaction here. Oh. PuppyPaw has got some scary boys coming. 2 Landsknechte and a Gilded Knight. But this does feel like a bit of a Hail Mary for PuppyPaw. He needs a follow-up play, right? Either these guys need to basically reap souls like there's no tomorrow, or he needs to be thinking 2 TC. And yeah, there we go. He's going to be second TC on the deer. Is he going to make it 3? He has left 7 on stone. It seems greedy, but you kind of have to take a greedy line here. If you just try and drag this out, 1 TC and 1 TC, or even 2 TC against fishing, Scatterbrained will have a quicker attack timing. So what PuppyPaw is trying to do is just punish Scatterbrained for any inactivity that might occur. We have seen that Scatterbrained can sometimes have this thing where, like, he might be in a momentum-based position that looks like he's taking control of the game, but then he slows down a bit, right? Because usually when you build an advantage, you just want to try and milk that advantage. You want to try and extrapolate it, right? The whole logic is that the longer the game goes on, the small percentiles become bigger. The free TC could be a pretty cool way to offset that. Also has the added benefit of an L's back down the line instead, which would secure the big 8k veins. In a game where they both do want the gold. Speaking of which, PuppyPaw does have the first prelate on the way. Scatterbrained hasn't really made an effort to secure additional relics yet. Is this really about to be a 4 relic game for the Order of the Dragon? Probably 3. Scatterbrained does still have boats to protect on the shoreline here. And crossbows is a bit awkward for Scatterbrained. PuppyPaw's Lanch Nectar comp is going to be super effective there. The problem is Scatterbrained doesn't know what he's up against again. He hasn't scouted anything. He saw Spearman earlier. He saw a stables play. So what he's doing makes sense. You know, your opponent has racks, he has stables. So build Palace Guard to front line. If it's Horseman, maybe you're in a bit of trouble. But like if it's any of the more reasonable expectations of like Knights, Men-at-Arms, then there's usually have the counter. I don't think he was expecting Lanch Nectar though. And it's kind of brilliant for PuppyPaw. With Burgrave, it's the most cost-efficient thing to do. It saves you the most resources per minute if you can justify spamming into the Lanch Nectar. Sad for Scatterbrained as well, because the answer is actually quite easy. It's just shoot new against this. In fairness, PuppyPaw does need to get the correct number to make the engagement worthwhile, because if he gets scouted doing it too soon, then what Scatterbrained can just do is switch over onto Horseman with fishing economy. So there is a risk in what PuppyPaw's doing here, but ultimately, it's kind of Scatterbrained's own fault for the scouting not occurring yet. Does aggro the ball. Wait, he's not pulling the prelate away. Oops. I think the scout... Wait, did he get trapped? He should better walk out, right? He looks trapped. It's going to go down. Meanwhile, in the center, nice hit onto the villagers. Needs more, though. And that's going to be difficult. He just found out the Lanch Nectar line is fat. Big boy's Vihand is ready to swing. Needs to be careful with the crossbows. You can get cat closed here. And you notice he doesn't actually have enough damage to one hit. In fact, pre-nerf, this would be enough crossbows to insta-kill a Lanch Nectar. Now it takes a second flurry. Horseman also in. PuppyPaw with the counter attack looking good here. He needs to get around the other side with the Horseman, allow the Lanch in. The Scatterbrained continues to retreat, not allowing it. It does, however, mean it's going to cost him his crossbows. Pumbaa did just get activated by the cleave. The damage, feeling negligible. We do have a Warlord coming out. Scatterbrain's going to try to bait him in range, but PuppyPaw... Oh! Okay, that's actually a big deal. That buys a lot of time. But instead of using it to leave, Scatterbrained re-engages. Just trying to get that relic home. Lanch Nectar count is still at 7 here. And relic is still going to get denied. Yeah, kind of crazy though, like getting that Gilded Knight could have... I think it actually done him a big favor. He would have otherwise got swarmed a bit harder. Bought a lot of time, actually. The weirder part is that Scatterbrained, instead of just using that time to run away, did try to turn. It's almost like in disbelief. He's like, wait, we converted something? Attack! Attack! It's like, yes, we convert one guy. Not just any guy, okay? A guy who has clearly eaten another guy. He's so big. So Scatterbrained is now starting to like scale to the point where he'd be able to one-hit the Lanch Nectar, right? You might be wondering, like, why not go Juke now? You're so far behind. Your opponent has so many horsemen. You could argue Juke is a bit sustainable, more sustainable long term because your opponent should run out of food. But PuppyPaw's doing a good job of budgeting it, right? He's moved down to the boar. He's got the second deer stack, which he's been munching on. Does need to admittedly think about farm soon, but benefit of having infinite wood on this map, what feels like infinite wood, is you can easily afford that transition. Awesome raid though. Hold up. In again. Good stabs as well. No textiles either, just makes it so much simpler. So strikes down, what was that, an extra 5 villages, I believe? Able to shovel out. We're going up to 20 Gilded Landschnechter. If PuppyPaw just remembers to go for Inspired Warriors here, the damage buff is kind of insane. You add an extra 3 damage onto these guys, which, when you think about normal HRE like Landschnechter, that's basically the damage difference from Castle to Imperial, right? It's kind of like getting a mini Imperial effect on these guys. The other interesting thing is with crossbows barely killing you right now, +1 ranged armor actually goes pretty far. PuppyPaw is actually adding in additional prelates, so we might be seeing it on the horizon soon. Scatterbrained, 32 Palace Guard, 38 crossbows. It's a scary army. However, if you have to commit, that's where I get worried. Because the horsemen, if they just pull back right now, yeah, the Landschnecks! Watch those health bars! Oh, they're getting munched on. He's going to try to start away. He's trying to buy time for the crossbows to disengage, but this may be a bit too long of a commitment. He had 33 Palace Guard, what, 20 seconds ago? Good God. And now Inspired Warriors buff is going to be on the way, coming in just 35 seconds. I mean, Scatterbrained, at this stage, like with the food income he has, you have to wonder, like, would Horseman... no, not Horseman, right? Like, could you really go Zhug is what I'm striking my chin about. Would it have been better here? Because Zhug can get the extra range, they can get the +3 damage, and you don't move any slower. Maybe Knights, but then again, like, I think doing Knights to fight all the dragons is always a little bit weird because of how impactful just 1 or 2 spears are compared to other civs. So you only really want Knights if you're going to raid. This is cool, though. How could I forget we're watching a 3D clan member? The answer was in front of us all along. Just build spring ults. In fairness, if you get enough of them, the problem is, can you get enough of them? The other problem you have here is, like, if PuppyPaw is using line formation, you're not going to hit that many units. Right? Like, if this was HRE Landschnechter, double the count at 40, they're 2 columns, 2 rows rather deeper, so you're hitting double the units. So you're basically doubling your DPS. Here, because it's all, the power's all condensed into a single unit, like, you're not getting as much saturation damage. Oh my God, he's just zerging them out as well. Every 6 seconds. Supervision, folks. Wahoo! Rev now showing up as well. Keep drop comes in from PuppyPaw. His own siege is on the way. I wonder, could Scatterbrained maybe sneak Yuan here? Oh, that's interesting. He's actually getting hard-cased bombs. Wait. Does Grenadier actually beat Gilded Landschnechter? And you go Yuan so you can drop the relics. That's the whole point, Yuan. It triples what you get out of a relic. Trebs are going to start whittling their way through the outpost. I mean, I'm not so sold on the mass Grenadier plan. Maybe a few isn't a bad idea. The damage buff could actually be noticeable. It's a 15% DPS increase, and you do 28 damage, right? So that's like hitting for 32, 33 instead. Scatterbrained should water trade. I quite often find water trade kills people more than it helps them. Oh wow, he's just going to go straight for the Imperial instead. Yeah, no interest in staying the age. Temple of the Sun down the way. That's pretty sick, actually. And the reason it's sick is because of the Divine Haste. It means you can kite the Landschnechter with the crossbows a bit. He also can start raiding with PG. I think that one Landsknecht is dead. Dare I also recommend roller shutter triggers? I think I will recommend that. If he believes in the Springles, it's definitely worth it here. But instead, we have got Bombards in the way. Ooh, Divine Defense, right? Well, yeah, but you need to defend in your base right now. It looks like PuppyPaw went for a flank attack. Goes after the outpost. That's buying time for a reaction, though. Remember, this is Divine Haste. I mean, he's buying time for attack, but he needs to find the economy ASAP. And that's 21 villagers right there. Hello! Oh, no! Landsknecht! Get him for the cleave! Big wallop. Gets rid of half. PT reaction to try and protect here, but the elite upgrade was not supervised at all. Scatterbrained is still 10 seconds out from having an actual Imperial Age unit. Oh, things could get a lot worse from here. Your villagers are living a really risky life. Front side, army is trying to contest, but the Landsknecht count is still looking good. PuppyPaw gonna get another 5 worker kills. He's actually doing this. If he shuffles north now, Scatterbrained is gonna lose all of his eco on land. PuppyPaw, he has to be thinking gold now, right? Food, you can't really harass. Your opponent has fishing, but you can shut out gold and wood. Meantime, dive underneath the castle, and Scatterbrained remembers the pain of e-repairs. PuppyPaw, he's waiting for that elite tech to tick in. 23 Landsknecht in total. In fact, this could turn into a sandwich. Army is marching around the back as we speak. The Scatterbrained has to be feeling overextended at this stage. He needs to navigate a way back to safety. Maybe it feels like he can't because then he wouldn't have gold, but at this rate, you're going to get smushed from 2 sides. I'm not liking the look of this for Scatter right now. If it was a slow roller, the Bombards could be the difference maker killing off the Lansk. There's nothing slow about the way PuppyPaw is looking to burn this. No, he is just pouring petroleum onto it. Cutting reinforcements to even make it harder for Scatterbrained to keep pushing. It's kind of crazy. We said, like, Holy Island, you know, it's kind of gone to the point where quite often we've linearized it to be very hard, at the highest level at least, to come back once you lose water. But, yeah, PuppyPaw just showing that little bit of skill difference, that experience difference. And also that timing, that read to just know against this player, against this position, he could take the double layer of greed with the free TC. Now has him in firm position to take full control of the game. Scatterbrained has to vacate the area. He brings the villagers back in the Landsknecht, though! Panic sets in, and death will follow. PuppyPaw got the swings he needed. And now he's going to swing this series in favor of him. In a 5-game series, he's going to go 2-1 up. No doubt about it now. The timing on that as well. He knew Scatterbrained had to come home. PuppyPaw had been patrolling east and west back, waiting for that moment. Hits exactly the hardest he possibly can. Hits for the strength required to get full control of the game now. Scatterbrained, he might have food, but not for long. Check this. PuppyPaw, it's not enough to win land. It needs to be the sea as well. He's back. And it'll immediately be Carrick's queued up. Well, I feel bad we missed the first 2 games of this series because this one is clearly providing the entertainment you want to see. Mass Landsknecht, it's not often you get to see it for OTD, especially when they lose fishing like this. But when you see it, you can already imagine the comments about OP down below. What do you guys think? Do we need more Gilded Landsknecht in our pub games? Or is this toxic enough? Whoa. What a game. And oh my god, why is that so big now? Wait, is it copying the size? The full UI... Wait. Oh, this is sharing things in a draft. Yeah, I'll fix that later. I see what the problem is. There we go. Wait, where'd the logo go on this screen? Logo keeps changing size. It's getting a bit weird. Oh, man. So, let's get that marked up on the board. Win for Mr. PuppyPaw. We had Gamba for that, didn't we? Yep. And yes, One Trick Pony is this week. Put the logo on the PC? No. We'd have to pay for that. No. Alright, so I think they're getting ready for the next game. Let me quickly check what the game's histories were. So, we had a loss on Coastal Cliffs. So, Juji. Order the Dented. Oh, wait. How do you actually not just lose to Order the Dragon on Mountain Clearing now that I think about it? That's going to be a really hard map if he gets there. So, left win. Then we had Prairie and Holy Island. So right win, right win. There we go. Everything updated. Can you put One Trick Pony on your CPU LCD? Could. But you guys don't even ask me to do that at the Midweek Master, so why would I do it for theirs? Where are we? Make it spin. Jesus, I'm not bothering with that. It's a 1 weekend tournament, alright? That's way too much production effort. Okay, so, believe it or not, we've got Juji versus Order of the Dragon next. I know, incredible. It's going to be going to Mountain Clearing. So we asked the question, like, how does he solve this? How does he win this? He's going to give us an answer. I'm not having too much faith in Juji here. But maybe impresses. And I think we'll look. I'm looking at the brackets now. I think we'll look to go to Baltune versus Vortic afterwards. Where can I find the drafts for One Trick? If you exclamation One Trick, you can go. I don't know what drafts. I don't know if they've been uploaded there quick enough, but you can go across to the Wikipedia page for some details. Oh. All right then, kiddos. Let's get in. I didn't select the maps. This is Wham's tournament she organized. So I'm not really sure what the thought process with the maps. I think there's a lot of Pro Scouts maps, to be honest. It's very hard though. Like most maps are Pro Scouts interactive. Well, let's get to it. One and all, it's meme clearing time. That's right. Welcome back to the channel for your favorite map, maybe? Most memeful map? Possibly. Interesting matchup, though. We've got Juji up against Order of the Dragon, and I've got to wonder how Juji want to try to approach this, because on such a short map, you have to be thinking about rushing your opponent, right? Oh, wow. He's not even going to wait for the racks. We've got a villager pull straight away from the Canadian, and with 7 villagers here, it's going to be a little bit tricky against the 6 of Scatterbrained. One dangerous thing about this play, if it gets scouted, you're closer to the enemy base. So Scatterbrained could try to just pull more villagers. But he's already shoved them off onto the gold. No. He's got 200 wood. He could rush an outpost. He could shove them away and rush an outpost. Oh my god, he's gonna rush it. And villagers are gonna pull the torches. PuppyPaw. He isn't actually trying to like bait and switch this at all. He's gonna commit to the build. Oi, oi, oi. It goes up too quick though. There's no way of stopping him. Scatterbrained is shoved off of his ball play. Oh, that is so tilting as well. A lot of idle time for the walk. Then there's the fact that he actually had to waste 50 wood going for the mill. Now the Canadian gets the long-term value. He does need to gather a little bit of wood. He's already shifted 3 out onto the tree to fix that problem. So mill will be coming in soon. Now, here's the funny thing, guys. There is a middle finger back Scatterbrained can give here if he tries to outpost here. The reason he won't is because of the torch damage. It would die too quickly. And wait, huh? Okay, so he's a little bit paranoid about getting attacked, which makes sense, right? Like your outpost needs to be forward to the resources here, otherwise you get nude. So he's gonna do the long walk on the boar and then fall back to the mill afterwards for the sheep. This is like a very wacky base layout in the middle of the map. Okay, 78% predictions for PuppyPaw. Like, honestly, I'm not too surprised by that. I think this map should favor Order the Dragon. It's just such a short rush distance. And there's that outpost we talked about, yeah. So, really smartly located, just in range for Scatterbrained. The reason this is important is if he got it any further out, what would happen is you could see the green just pull his villagers and shove this down, right? Just burn it to the ground. So, funnily enough, though, here's the other problem for Scat. He built an outpost, but he doesn't want to keep villagers here. So, yeah, good read by Green. He just says, okay, I can just keep gathering then. I mean, one scout is not going to kill anytime soon. The only risk is going to be after the fact, the Order Dragon villagers being low out here might be risky, so you might have to pull them all the way home. So we'll just shuffle off in the end. Basically got, I think... Did he get more boar out of this than Juji? Maybe by like 100 food. And Arkin is going to be on the way home. I guess this is like the negative of this play coming in from Order the Dragon. Is like now walking your villagers home feels like a death sentence. You walked out here denied, walked all the way home. Like it's just better for Scatterbrained then. Sheep count overall... Scatter has got 15. Meanwhile, it's 14 for Puppy. So, like, comparative here, right? He's not behind. Medigun is going to be coming in. That should be in range, right? Yeah, it does clip the stone, so that's okay. Wait, come on, dude. Just let it be. Let it be. So greedy what he's trying to do there. He's going to pull back now. Map is an Order the Dragon breeding ground? Apparently, I'm not allowed to use the word breed for at least 2 more days. Oh, wait. It's pretty vicious what you can do here with OOTD. Because Rax rushes can be really painful as well, like with this short distance. I wonder if it is going to be, say, a Burgrave build. Probably not. Reason is, on this map, Regnets just feels so good with 2 relics immediately safe. That's the other nice thing about him getting this outpost down here. He now postures on the 3rd relic. But, guys, remember, only Shaolin monks can dive the enemy TC. Okay, yeah, let's be totally real. If Scatterbrained fast castles, then the Canadian's going to do it too. So what is the game plan for Scatter? Got a lot of wood gathering. Is he trying to make this about Field Age? Mashug new? I mean, 12 is a lot onto wood. He hasn't got many people on food. I could kind of see the Juke plan. It's a bit scary considering your enemy can have horsemen, but on such a linear map, horsemen are probably going to feel a little bit less value. For PuppyPaw, though, we see the intent. It's going to be fast castle. Yeah. Which now has me kind of worried about the wood gathering for Scattered. Okay, he did stop at 210. I think because he's not seeing any aggro come, he's just seeing the outpost upgraded. He's probably assuming that this is now castle race. So he could try to mirror. Problem is, I'm kind of feeling like you're a little bit too far behind to mirror. We'll find out soon enough. I mean, PuppyPaw did stop off for some farms, which slowed down his timing a little bit. Does get the deer shoves in nicely, so better food gathering rate over here. The Archon buffing it even further. In fact, they've got all but I think one of the deer in range. Yeah. Now, Scatterbrained, if he rushes castle and he starts pumping out crossbows with supervision, there is some hope. That's probably his number one goal here. With being castle rush, you, of course, are thinking Shallow Monastery, open one monk, pick up 2 relics. Monks in their own right aren't bad brawlers, per se. So they can be kind of like a pseudo front line. The problem is, food isn't long-lasting on a map like this. Regnus it is. So, remember, at this stage, PuppyPaw has 0 military production buildings. He isn't actually posing any real threat onto Scatterbrained just yet. Man, you guys are very defeatist. I'd say PuppyPaw's in a favored position. I wouldn't say the game is over yet, though. So, tech up complete. Monks coming out from both sides. What PuppyPaw might think about doing is just rushing the central relic to garrison it. Why is he going shallow monks? Because you need it to pick up the relics. And this is like a pseudo frontline unit for you. So, villagers pull all the way home. PuppyPaw knows it's about to turn into a war zone, and it is going to be... I was about to say, yeah, stables play archery range makes a lot more sense. Crossbows, remember, 6 tower range feels like they're unkillable, especially when you have to dive past the emplacements. Scatterbrained, yo! Body of iron! And that is what we mean about diving with the shallow monks. Because PuppyPaw pulled away. He didn't want to keep the villagers out here. He ran out of food to gather, so he had to send them home at the worst possible time. What a Chadlord. He shouldn't have moved the villagers. What should he have done with the villagers then? Had them stand there, fumbling their thumbs? He can't gather the ball because of its location with the outpost here. He has to go home. There's nothing else to gather. He's already eaten through the little sheep he has, and the remainder have been dropped off there already. And, yo, nice response. Does actually pinch the scout. So PuppyPaw, blinding his opponent here, can try to get the counterplay. And he's actually going to be going for the Gilded Archers now. Make farms around the mill. Alright, you're cursed. What's worse, Vill idle or -1 relic? At this stage of the game, idling 7 villagers for a minute plus is worse. You're not at 120 villager pop count, where you can just use them as garrison squads. So Scatterbrained now going to be shuffling into the siege workshop. We have got the trebuchet coming out. Gilded Archers does need to be answered right now. Scatterbrained doesn't have that answer yet. One tricky thing here is you can't even rely on Juganu. Because, 1, the Gilded Archers will have more range and can kite you. 2, even if you somehow get in range, there's a little tech, an incy-wincy tech called Scale Armor, which gives them an extra 3 ranged armor. Speaking of those archers, nice dive in here. So we'll force the commitment into the outpost. Does get a worker kill. Able to back off now. Tricky thing about this is with the Gilded Archer range, they can kind of poke at you still when you gather in the gold with more than 5 villages. Something that Scatterbrained has to be aware of. Sacred Site is locked in, which is why Scatter did go for that treb to get through here. No need all 7, dude. Even 5 villages, pre-30 villages, you're telling us you want him to keep 5 villages out here to garrison for probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Now let's go on the more extreme there, say 2 minutes. Gilded villagers gather about what, 60 resources a minute? So you're missing out 600 resources. 600. So at this point in the game, if PuppyPaw stayed here like this, he ends up missing out on all these gilded archers. There you go. That's what you have to be thinking about in this situation. Because, like, what does Scatterbrained really gather from that? He got 80 gold per minute, but you'd be idling out for 300 resources per minute. The maths just doesn't support you. So PuppyPaw now with his own trebuchet. They're basically clearing each other out. Even spitefully taking the mills. No, the 5 tax! Death to taxes! Lance is now shoveling out. I like saying shuffle a lot today. Taking a brisk pace. We do have sprinkles now from PuppyPaw. Interesting. Where this gets pretty cool, by the way, is you can inspired buff. I don't always say shuffle. Not all. You make it sound like it's every other word. Like I'm a Liverpoolian saying like. I do like saying shove. Shove's a good term. That's the Dota tactician in me. So Inspired Warriors isn't in yet, right? No, he's only got the heals. SCV shots are going to be coming through. Lancers have to stand their ground. There's only one gilded crossbowman here, though, for PuppyPaw. Not a great fight to take, especially only one spear as well. In fact, that spearman is going to get wailed on. He's gone. Oh, wow. PuppyPaw overcommitted. Overpromised on the Sacred Site win condition. And the micro, I'm not sure if that was intentional. He left the crossbow behind. He's trying to protect the mango, but that's not going to work either. That goes down. Lancer play is winning this. PuppyPaw has to retreat all the way home. He's going to lose trebuchets as well. This is getting a bit ugly. I mean, it's crazy as well because you could argue, oh, how is Scatterbrained doing this without Undermesh? Because PuppyPaw doesn't even have Steeled Arrow. They're both playing 0 blacksmith games. That's crazy. Fantastic fight for Scatterbrained. Now he's got Springalds getting added in alongside the Nest of Bees. And just getting the answer to everything in a mech form. And it makes sense, actually, on this map. Food transitions are hard. Setting up farms, difficult. Food options, very linear and smaller than standard maps. So usually, on a map like Mountain Clearing, where you can, you're thinking about leaning more into Siege. Or rather, anything that doesn't cost a lot of food, such as archers. Now the boar is safer brain. Finally, at 14 minutes in, my one true objective has been achieved. Rest of these. Uh-oh. I mean, the prelates are offsetting the Nest of Bee damage. It doesn't feel like Scatterbrained has enough yet. Alright, ones if you think Scatterbrained's going to win. Twos if you think PuppyPaw's going to take it. I'm kind of shocked we still don't have Inspired Warriors. I guess PuppyPaw just can't justify the food investment more than the gold issue. Actually, in fairness to him, it's really awkward now. Because your opponent went Siege, the armor's less valuable, and the damage doesn't matter if you can't reach. It helps a little against Springles because they're range damage, but against the Nest of Bees, at least, Inspired Warriors wouldn't have changed anything. In fact, at this point, I think he's just building Prelate simply so he doesn't die over time. What on earth was that long text I just read? Yeah, guys, I'm just saying shuffle all the time because I'm getting ready for my debut cast as a Pokemon TCG caster. Or maybe it's a Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy caster. I just haven't decided yet. Spring shots coming in. A little bit of crisscross there, though. The Spearmen doing a reasonable job. The Shalamongs are going to slow them down, though. Long enough for a reload. Now, hold on. I think Mech wins. The Lancers force him back. Now they clean up. One spearman left, soon to be none. Should be free access from here. The nest of bees are still counterplaying into the mangoes. Gilded crossbows are trying to carry through this, though. So they do mop up the lances. PuppyPaw able to stabilize it. I can't believe it. 28 military to 1. But the mech is what matters here for Scatterbrained. Now, just looking for that decap. Well, Scatterbrained, he needs to move up if he wants to stop it. He's scary enough. He has 0 front line. Why we zoomed in full all the time? What, you mean why are we not completely panoramic? Because zooming in 2 to 3 notches lets you actually see what's happening. Oh, God. In fact, the zoom we're at right now is the one that most players use, because most players don't use panoramic still. That's crazy, though. It's the 3D clan members and their goddamn Springald metas. Trebuchet is now creeping up towards PuppyPaw's base. Will be difficult to kill anything here. E-repairs, right? We'll just offset it. And the boar is indeed in the picture. Scatterbrained, he needed it as well, because going horseman burns through your food fast. And kind of makes you wish you were not Juji, but Chinese right now, though, right? Oh, God, I just realized China's going to be busted if Mountain Clearing doesn't get banned. Nest of bees. Should be enough to get a kill. Village is a little bit too late there. No repair coming through. Outpost creep begins. PuppyPaw now trying to rely on static emplacements to get him back towards that synchro site. He's got a long way to go. 7.5 minutes. However, big brain thought here, guys. In 7 minutes' time, Scatterbrained will have an additional 175 stone. So clearly we're rushing a keep. Oh no, the mangoes. They're focused on trying to get rid of the outpost. At this point, he's kind of getting outnumbered, though. That's almost enough for a cast on 30 minutes. Exactly. It's great math. So yeah, so people compare this to King of the Hill. I kind of want, like, I think we've talked about on stream before, but like having a King of the Hill where it's a King of the Hole would actually be really cool. I think Baltune was in here when we talked about it. Because then, like, being on the sacred side has a disadvantage if you can't see what's coming. Now, PuppyPaw does know what's coming. He's seen the way this is trending. He glimpsed the horseman. We have got Spearman prep to defend against this. The problem is you're now building Spearman into a situation where you're already counted. The Springalds. It's always about the Springalds. Outposts are failing him, and no, that is a scuffed a scuffed destruction. That is not an alive tower. Speed shots coming in again. Wait, there was Springalds! The mangoes get their hit, but it may come at a price. Horsemen row through. Not enough of them left over to clear everything out, but they get a good wallop at least. Springal count is still looking okay-ish, but their health bars are not. And the manga repair crew is surviving because of the prelates. No way. He may have just broke him. Unbelievable. That was ridiculous. The nest of bees, there wasn't enough of them. He wasn't scaling them. And here's the other thing, folks. Yeah, both of them using food and wood for their front lines, but PuppyPaw is mostly using gold for his secondary line. Because it's only prelates. That was the difference maker here. New nest of bees coming out. I just don't think it's enough. At this point, Sacred Site is going to get decapped. And PuppyPaw has given us a reminder why healing OP. It's very good, I'll give it that much. In fact, it's so good, he just got herbal medicine. The toxic tech has made an appearance. Looks like the siege is going to get chased down again. These spearmen are just too fast. You can't get away from them. He doesn't have greased axles. I mean, you're on mountain clearing. Why would you ever need greased axles? Oh, because you have no military. Yeah, that would probably have made it quite handy. Horseman go in and get at least one mango, but at this stage, he's dead. GG gets called, Scatterbrained will be eliminated, and PuppyPaw continues on through to the round of 8. I mean, that game went on for a bit more than I would have expected. Yes. 3-1 victory there. Okay, so let me double check where we're at. Because I believe, let's have a look at, yeah, we're going to hop into Vortic versus Baltune. Let me have a look at their score. Nice shirt. Thank you, thank you. Oh, dress fancy. Okay, so game 1 was a victory for Vortic. They're in game 2. We're going to speed to live. Okay? So bear with me a sec. One and all, welcome back to the channel for what will begin as a speedcast. We catch up to live because this is live from the One Trick Pony tournament. Vortic took game 1 on Coastal Cliffs up against Baltune's French. We now hop into possibly the hardest map for Vortic, Boardland, or as I like to call it, Pro Scouts Galore. And French, one of the best civs at playing this current meta. Let's see how Vortic wants to try and approach it. Into the feudal age already. We've got the king coming out. It's going to be Spimman as well, which makes a lot of sense against the knight play. I doubt we'll be seeing 2TC. 2TC just feels really way too selfish, way too greedy when you're playing against Pro Scouts. He needs to find a way of trying to block what Baltune wants to do. And the blockage is going to be via an all-in. Check this. We've got Lombos being produced as well. So this is kind of sick. Vortic has gone for an optimization around like keeping his army alive with the king heal. He's going to look to commit fully in for an early game kill. And let me update the tile. We are at Vortic versus Baltune now. Love the king poke. So far, it's actually Baltune who's the one reaping kills. 2 worker kills so far. Soon to be more. And he's slowly just fishing for it. We're going to stick on the 4x speed because we're at about 12 minutes in right now, so we want to get live. Archers are blobbing up. The tricky part for Vortic is he doesn't really need them. I guess it's a way of getting some tickle damage on the knights. The mass spears would just kind of make more sense right now. The problem is, Vortic is blind to this. Like, look at his vision on the map. It's not like he's playing Pro Scouts. He doesn't see everything. So he has to assume that Baltune is going to have a second layer. That he's going to have archers coming, which will be the real threat for you. King does at least get sniped out. Baltune doing a good job mucking around this. We have to remember, Baltune, he's a French specialist, guys. Like, this is the civ that he knows and loves. He really did just kind of hit the perfect civ for him. For this tournament, the One Trick Pony. But nice counter attack there. Does slay 4 of the villagers. Knights. Oh, look at him up though. And he didn't have enough spears. This was our question mark about the longbow play. Like we said, Vortic, in theory, you get why he's doing it. But the obnoxious thing that Baltune is doing is refusing to transition. He's like, oh, a transition. Right, so you want me to build extra stables, right? No, Baltune, that's not what we had in mind. We were thinking maybe you add in more knights? No, Baltune, that's not... More knights. The crazy thing is how often French can win by just doing this right now. And he even has Royal Institute on the way. Oh boy. This is about to get ugly, isn't it? Vortic isn't too far behind his own castle timing. We're about, I think, a minute out from live now. I mean, you kind of have to white tower. It doesn't feel good here. But it feels inevitable. There's just too much heavy cav coming. Without it, you die. So White Tower will protect him against the dive. The problem is that, wait, the location. What about the farms? Oh, he is at least able to protect himself for now. This means that Vortic is going to have to look for a way to rush relics. Unfortunately for him, Baltune is already a mile ahead, and we have caught up. They are no longer ahead of us. We are now live in the quarterfinals of One Trick Pony. So gold, you are going to eat for it fast. Baltune is already down to just 1,500 remaining here. He's going to have to move forward. Vortic isn't really in a position to stop him moving forward right now. It's a bit tricky to try and get in position here, because if you leave the base this early, look at where the farms are. The white tower doesn't protect you. Nice. They are fishing for an opportunity to dive in here. He has got the Raw Institute upgrades. He's already got the Raw Bloodlines, so we'll be able to just jump right on top of him here. Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw your word bands. Heavy Cav able to mop up. This is worrisome for Vortex. If he can't get relics and he couldn't play Pro Scouts, like, what is your positive here as English? Do you have to switch into 2TC? A bit tricky when you've got Forged Stone as well. The other worry I have is if you do make this about, like, crossbows, French aren't exactly at a disadvantage by going into Arbitrier. Yes, you have your attack speed buffer, but they've got Pervis. Cantle saddles also as well. I love this tech, man. This tech is just... It's crazy when I watch this game get... this tech rather get slept on in games where you have, like, 20 plus heavy cav. It increases your damage at the beginning of a fight in the first 5 seconds from 9 extra damage to 30. Especially when you've got Royal Institute, this is totally worth price of admission. The reason why is, like, think how often when you play with heavy cav, you don't fully commit to a fight. You know, you poke in, and then they either run away, and you kind of, you know, get a good trade anyway, or they completely are dead, and you just move on, or you just base, like, poke. Right? You don't really get these situations like with men at arms, where you know you're going to be standing still, stationary for 20, 30, 40 seconds. Baltz, is this fast imp? He's gonna go... Wait, is it... Yo, what? A poor man's castle appears on the south side. Is he gonna red pulse drop the other 8k vein? That's so dirty. I mean, actually, looking at the way this is spawned, that's... The way this tree line has gone is quite beneficial for creeping in with a red pass here, which will protect one of the sacred sites and a big chunk of wood. He's like, I take him alone. Nah, mate, you're out of here. Trouser Stealer, what is up? Well, it seems I've reached into your trousers and stolen 5 buckaroos. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Love to see new subbers. And thank you, Warstorm, as well. Thank you. Keep the subs coming, guys. Got a whole series ahead of us. Game 1 was 11 minutes. This is already the longest game between the two. I don't know, this matchup, I feel like it's one that could deliver some length, mainly because of the way that Vortic plays English more than anything else. You know, if you kind of just checksummed these two civs on the ladder, I feel like you come out with a very, very positive win rate for French, especially in the current meta. But Vortic's, I think his aggression is what maybe makes me believe in the English potency here. Red pass is going to be dropped where we talked about a little bit more defensive. Maybe could have went over towards the sacred site. But this is going to lock in the 8k gold vein. Meanwhile, Vortic is just playing for that hyper late game. Yeah, the Beasty Vortic rubbing off on each other thing really seems to be paying out here. If he just committed again, all in his English, I think he loses the game. Just playing for Imperial is more sensible. The problem I'm seeing in this game right now is there's no second TC. Wingard incoming? No, it's going to be Berkshire. Ooh. Not a great Berkshire location, though. He can't come out too far because of the night. Just checked. We've had enough minutes passed, I can't say that again. So, because of the blindness of riding out here, he has to take it safe. Now, for a lot of civs, this would kill them because they just don't have enough gold. Good news is, when you play English, farms. So 3k should be enough to keep him secure here. Baltune, in the meantime, we're going to be knocking at the door. Vortex. Able to react quick enough, though. But it is keeping him pinned in his base. Meantime, 4th relic is now on the way home for Baltune. We do have 2nd sacred site also getting captured. Does need to consider maybe securing these objectives. I don't know how Balt feels about hyper late game against English. You know, if you had a really good trade map, I could see it making sense for French, but the trade route isn't ideal. I think you get like maybe 50 gold on this map maximum. One thing that can be a little bit enticing to make it better, though, is remember French have a unique tech for trade. It's not even specifically to do with the fact they can choose the resource. It's actually to do with merchant guilds. Merchant guilds lets them just generate additional gold while doing the trade. Baltune. What do you guys think? 1's if you think he will discover a different unit type before the end of the game. 2's if he's doing the Zertan strategy, where you just zerg the ponies. You always found that merchant guilds barely does anything. So how long would it take you to get across a map with traders? Should we say like 30 seconds end to end? No, I'd say it's more like 40. So you're generating like an extra... Was it 1 gold every 6 seconds? I'd say you're generating... Yeah, well, you're generating an extra 10 gold per minute. It's not bad, actually. The other thing that's quite nice is even when your trade gets blocked, if you can't trade anymore, well, the cool thing about Merchants Guild is you can just keep walking the traders around and they'll give you the gold. Or rather, not walk them around, but basically you have to like reset their trade point to a different location and they'll keep generating gold. Baltune, hello. Vortic might be in a bit of trouble here. His army out of position, but wait, why are we... Imperative he does not get Bloomery. Okay, so very, very great deals of hate from Baltune for Blacksmith. I'm assuming his wife left him for a metal crafter or some kind. And now it's going to be a dive into the farms, and the villagers run straight into him. Nice club down there, has to back away, but worth it. Remember, this is still just 1 town center English. And on top of that, if you're dancing around the back of your base after these guys, the sacred site timer is ticking. Not just that, Baltune now getting to the stage where he has more than 1 wave of the knights to play with. So he can just kind of spin rotate you. Vortic has to be thinking about a keep drop. Yeah, there's the stone gathering now. It's the only way he's going to be able to easily stake a claim on one of these sites. You like the Tawny logo? Yeah, it's because we like laid it over our logo to kind of make it work. Because by default, it's... There you go. We emboldened the baby. Villagers are going to buy enough time for the army to rise. So it looks like we won't be able to sneak in there. So far, is Vortic's doing a good job of like just blocking the exposure points on him, right? He's not allowing Balt to find that decisive blow that just ends the game. The problem is he's falling further and further behind. We have to remember this is 2TC French. Every 16 seconds, a new villager comes out. So your opponent is going to reach critical economical mass first. And yes, you've got things like the enclosures, but it only makes up for so much of a deficit. So for Vortic, it's going to be all about this timing to keep drop. He's moving with the sacred site now, but unfortunately, Baltune beat him to the punchline. It's tricky to stay here because there's an Arbalest placement in there as well. The spears die quite fast. And a keep drop north, man, this is oppressive. Balt should consider getting the cannons next. He's gathering extra stone. It would be super effective here just to make sure that mass spear clump can't do anything. He's legit just going to try to complete this game with only knights. The man who kind of made a reputation for himself in team games is showing you exactly why here, actually. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You can tell that on that one trick pony logo, that pony, dude, that is a pony from Baltune's games. He's like, we have played so many French games in the last 48 hours. Why? Why? Sorry. Let me do it more justice. Here you go. We have played so many French games in the last 48 hours. What's going on? I like this. You know, you really do feel like both Vortic and Beasty have evolved this year. They mentioned it, they kind of rubbed off on each other, and I think you can see it. Like, when have you ever known Vortic to play like this, to wall like this? He's being very strategic about this. Usually this man, I call him the Spanish stallion, but really he's more of a bull. Sees red, has to charge it, which is unfortunate because Baltune is red. But really seems to be kind of evolving the game strategies later in the games. Actually, I think I did call him the Spanish bull more than the stallion. I'd say stallion was more Lucifron. Bull fit Vortic more. Like, he was the aggressive party for sure. But this is ridiculous. 72 knights! Baltune's just standing here. Eh, toro! Toro! Eh, toro! Seeing if we can just get him to come out a little bit further. We do not have elite army tactics, guys. This is pretty important. Vortic lacks grand amounts of gold, but EAT almost feels like a necessity here. It's 5 minutes until a sacred site victory, so Vortic definitely has some time on his side. Problem is, like, what's being done with that time? Oh, you know, just Baltune having almost 100 knights. No biggie. Would need to delete some economy to get there now. Good news is, with all these walls up, Baltune can't look to be very efficient where you just send in 20 knights, kill economy, trade them out, build the new wave. Like, he would not be able to get in here. Oh, wait, there's no outpost. There's no outpost. Uh-oh! Aura does activate, but not for the spearmen. And the spearmen, remember, are not very tanky. They're not contributing enough. He has to back up. Just that small difference of just a few footsteps. Spear count has been cut in half already. Baltune has only lost about 10 of the knights. And now you can just plow through and chow down on that back line. Crossbows are basically standing their ground. Not ideal. 4 minutes to go on the clock. The army is still going to be a healthy lead for Baltune now. 48 knights remain. Practically nothing left of the Imperial English army. What a complicated Civ French is. Oh, so complicated. Build knights, A-click. That was meant to be like French, but also slightly evil. I think it's sold. Oh, man. Strike back from Mr. Baltune. So, I think I said it was Coastal Game 1, right? And we just had Borderland. Was it Coastal? Yes. So Coastal win for Vortic. Borderland win for Baltune. This is why English sucks. Yeah. I mean, you're definitely gonna suck if your opponent has 80 knights. Spears counter knights, no? Yeah, if if you have a reasonable number of them. It would be kind of dumb if an 80 resource unit countered a 240 resource unit in a one-on-one, right? Right? Just a bit. English sucks because French is good. That's a fair way of looking at it right now. Is like the current meta is really, really good for French because Pro Scouts is really strong. That's the healthiest way of thinking about like the problem with the matchup. Okay, so it looks like Vortic has quickly taken a toilet break or something. So we have got a minute. What I'll do, guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry about it when we get into game 3, okay? Just double checking. See if I can find their draft as well. So then we can put all the maps in. Wait, why do I see Vortex versus Cause draft, but I can't see Baltune's? Huh? They must have not added their names in properly. OTP BO5. Yeah, I legit can't find their draft. It's a bit weird. Here you go. This is what I'm looking at right now, trying to find the draft. Let me switch over. Yeah, it's not here. So if you put OTP, I mean OTP doesn't even show up now. What? No. Maybe has someone been on it? Someone has been on it. Pogs, thank you very much. Okay, so we've had coastal, had borderland. We've got mountain clearing, bridges, and 4 legs. Nice. How's my map civs overlay work? I have a handy tool that Kaga developed a while ago to load it all into a front-facing UI. So I can just come back and boom, like that. And by the way, guys, because I'm an Oracle, watch this prediction. I think Vortex is going to pick English. I think Vortex is going to pick English, and I think he's also going to pick English. Meanwhile, in response to that, because Baltune is a genius, he will pick French every single time. I know. I don't know how I figure these things out sometimes. LOL ads, what are these even? I mean, technically you get them on YouTube as well. Unless you've got like premium or something. Alright, looks like we're ready to go though. Let's get ready for the game. Yo guys, 1 ban would be OP in One Trick Pony. Okay, what? Sorry about that. Seems Vortic got back a little bit quicker than I thought. Let's get ready with outcome. Let's do predictions. Vortex versus Baltune. One and all, it's time to ask the question that everyone's wanted answered for a long time. Is English just broken on mountain clearing? That's what we're here to find out. One Trick Pony tournament. English all day round for Mr. Vortex. Baltune on the French has looked pretty scary so far. Able to strike back in game number 2 against Vortex. And was able to 3-0 Demu in the French auto matchup. But now we're in a map that should be good for Vortex. Mountain clearing, very small, very claustrophobic. Night play doesn't have the width that you like to see when you're French. And to make matters worse, we're in a Pro Scouts meta on a map that is anti-Pro Scouts. There is only 6 contestable deer because the other pack can easily always get pushed underneath the TCs. Yeah, and French, they do get Pro Scouts on a discount, but not entirely sure that 6 deer is worth it. Especially considering what it sacrifices. While it may be cheap and long-term it's going to be, more resources made, you're sacrificing a knight or some archers to go Pro Scouts. And every little's going to count on a map like this, because Vortex could just be going Council Hall for an all-in. And when you look at that, it is going to be the Council Hall in the middle of the map. Okay, that's pretty sick. I gotta respect that. It makes a lot of sense, actually, from his position to just do this. It feels risky, because if you lose control of the center, you die. But Flip side is, for an all-in timing, this is just disgusting. You follow up with a Rax, you should be impervious to damage. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if he considers an outpost by the time he has, say, 8 longbows. Yeah, it's not often we see mid-map council halls anymore. Even forward council halls just at the front of your base kind of fell off a long time ago, if you guys remember. The reason was pretty logical. Like, when you commit that far forward, what you're basically saying is if I lose one fight, I lose the game. Because think about what happens here. If Vortic has to leave this area, he loses double archery range production. He has no production at that stage. Interesting that he cancelled the racks, by the way. First Night is on the way. He cancelled Outpost as well. Wait, what? Oh, he's bait and switching. Yeah, so I think he placed the Outpost to try and cover up the fact there was a racks being produced there. And built the racks at home instead. So First Night is going to come out. Maybe he just felt like he couldn't get enough spearmen out fast enough either. Because remember, you'd have to build the council hall first to then get the racks units out because you get hardened spearmen. That's pretty rough. Vortex wasn't expecting this exact timing. Just a few seconds difference for him. Really kind of ruined it. So now we just have a council hall that's worthless in the center of the map. He can build spearmen, but guys, now here's the problem. If you're Baltune, just add in archers. He's already got 150 wood to work with. Because at this stage, your opponent can't produce longbows out there. They just die straight away. So he has to blob spearmen. It's the only answer he has. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Vortex, I mean, you could argue he would have got the racks up and he would have completed the tech up. But honestly, guys, what would have happened is one spearman coming out at a time with 2 knights standing there, you just die. You lose. So he's going to start producing the longbows. Timing is at least good for it because it looks like the knights have shuffled forward. And it's good. Wait, Baltune, really? You could have built archers this game. It's not taboo. I don't think so anyway. Instead, he's just going to build more knights. The sad part for Vortex is because he started building longbows, it makes it even better for Baltune to just be building knights right now. There's no way Baltune plays this entire game without building archers. Surely. Right? So Artesian says if he did not cancel the racks and did not put 8 on the landmark, he had to cancel the landmark as it wouldn't have been up before the knights got out. So what you're saying is if he didn't do everything that he'd done, he would have been fine. Well, yeah, the point around English having to wait until age 2 to get spim is what we're referring to. Like, you build this racks, you can't start producing beforehand. It's like, he has to complete the council hall. If you can't complete the council hall, you're dead anyway. And these, oh my god, these longbows are just getting wasted. Nice. Already circling the base. I mean, good thing he does at least have a decent amount of spinning at home to defend, but Baltune just has full map control. Which worries me a bit. I mean, Vortex, he done well on sheep, right? Yeah, so 12 to 15 sheep. I didn't catch game 1, but I'm starting to get the feeling that every game Baltune has just tried to win by building only knights. Would that be an accurate representation? I feel like that's an accurate representation. It seems that's what's happening here. And no, Vortex, he's out of the base with all the spearmen. If Baltune just goes back into the base now, he can kill villages. Balt? Wait, he's ego-challing? What? He'll win the fight. But there was a golden door open there. It's not about just beating him, it's about sending a message. Oh my god, he's just always got a knight waiting to try and snipe something here. A few longbows are getting through. Chivalry tech on the way, and there we go. Baltune has got the archers now coming in. Crazy to think it took this long for him to be convinced of it. Does have the chivalry, so any boo-boos can be kissed better. Oh god, he's still producing longbows. No, please. Luckily, Baltune didn't realize until quite late there, so it does actually get another LB through. What's the point of training longbows? Because if your opponent goes archers, you're dead. You need to have longbows as part of the contingent. It also just makes the initial trade better. Like, when you both go into attack, your longbows will attack first. Why is he not getting ranged armor? Because he hasn't built a blacksmith yet. He only just built archery ranges. So, yeah, blacksmith comes in now, but archery ranges take prio, so you can start scaling these boys up. What's the point of council in the middle? Vortic was looking for his classic, I want to end you in 8 minutes time. It didn't work. Yeah, the knights. Now scurrying into the base again. There's a lot of spears here, though. The good news right now for Baltune... Yeah, okay, well, what was good news? Vortic should be running out of food unless he sorts the farms, but we've got the first cluster coming in. He still has 15 sheep. Vortic. Big advantage here, actually. Still down past the undermesh. The other reason why longbows are pretty nice against the French, if you can scale it, it's a higher base damage archer. So the knights get hit much harder than against standard archers. Makes it easier to just pick apart the injured knights. But speaking of those knights, they've had enough of this crap. They're going to start torching down the landmark. Balt doesn't really want the fight yet. But this council hall is a good hostage. And what I mean by that is without the aura, Vortic is going to be very reluctant to fight. With Spearman attack speed aura, he should be able to wipe the knights. But without it, it's difficult. Alright, ones if you think Baltune's going to win this. Twos if you think Vortic is taking this one. Vortic age up with the white tower? I feel like you have to. Because on a map like this, if you age up, like Baltune is either mirroring you or he's going all in. If he's going all in and you've chosen the King's Palace, you're going to get flooded. Bal just has so many knights, man. I'm more worried about the tech up from Baltune. Like, Royal Institute just breaks this game. Which just feels like most games. It's kind of hilarious that he's been doing it on this map. The way he's been playing French here, rather, because of the lack of food. Berries, deer, still to play with on the flanks as well. So you could easily see at least 30 knights before he runs dry. I don't expect him to look at the same targeted goal that he did for Borderland, which is build almost 100 knights. Because on Borderland, remember, he ended up getting 4 deer stacks, so almost 10,000 food. So basically, the deer paid for the knight play. There's not enough food here to do that. Archer counter is getting quite healthy here. If Vortic micros it correctly, he can still win these engagements. But he needs the aura, and he needs to make sure he's targeting down all the archers optimally with his longbows. That's the tricky part about this comp. It's the same thing when you watch like Juganu Spear versus Archer Knights. It's much easier for the Archer Knight comp to micro correctly, because you A-click. If the Juganu A-click, they hit the Knights, and that's not good. It's the same here, where the longbows will be able to attack first for Vortic, but they can more easily attack the wrong thing. Should Baltune be up in villages? Definitely by more than this, yeah. He should be up... what was it we said? It's every 2.5 minutes? No, wait. Yeah, I think it's every 2.5 minutes you should have an extra villager. So he should be up by almost 5. Because remember, you're saving 3 seconds per villager. So every minute you're saving 9 seconds. So about every 2.5 minutes, you get an extra villager worth. You just see how uncomfortable mountain clearing makes it. Wait, what is with this, by the way? Just no. Yo, you need this in a Royal Rumble. Just hide your king here. Bit of a weird shape. Vortic starting to stockpile. Could be looking at a castle drop soon. The thing about the White Tower, it extends that aura we talked about, but it also then sets you up nicely to get trebuchets added in. Baltune, in the meantime, is looking to now take the lead when it comes to archer count. Nice. They were trying to get around the back, but Vortic's already aware of it. Was scouting this. Funny thing, actually, Baltune, yeah, he didn't quite realize what happened there because he should have been able to get the charge in. I'm assuming he tried, hit once or twice, and then it deactivated, judging by the health. Second farm cluster coming in. Once Vortex is at like 3.5 farm clusters, you know, sky's the limit food-wise. You'll have a complete reversal of what you saw in game number 2, where it's actually Baltune who just seemed like he'd never run out of food. Bal is kind of at the stage where he may have to take risks out onto the flanks here. The berries are now gone. No way do you want to be adding in farms here. That feels like a loss. The White Tower is going to be at home. For obvious reasons, right? Like, if you come out here now, you didn't get that fight beforehand, and Baltune's continued to commit. So he does have to play it safe. Means he won't be dove. But Baltune now gets the opportunity to move out onto those flank resources without any prejudice towards it. White Tower base, yeah, because, once again, he never set up the outpost here. So if he comes and tries to place a White Tower here, it's a lot of idle time without wheelbarrow, but to make matters worse, like, you'll get dove. You will get killed. Doesn't look good, though. So take out complete. Baltune surely just halts production here. Not sure if he'd be able to dive before the upgrades came in. It's also just scary to do so. The outpost aura, not to mention the fact the White Tower is going to obviously be at home. We can see it's up. Baltune doesn't have confirmation, but it would be reasonable to assume White Tower. He'll want to move in and validate, and there you go. He gets the info. That's very important. What he done there, like, assumptions make an ass out of you. He needs to know what the landmark is, and now with this information, it will be a tech up from Baltune as well. Council Hall cannot be denied the Lomba upgrade, though. Now, hold on a second. Wait a second. Baltune. Does Vortex know? I think he maybe he glanced the towers. So Baltune has to push him away here. Could turn into quite a tricky fight. Archer's starting to overextend a little bit. We'll back away. Baltune has to somehow shake this. He has to find very difficult tech. You could peel the knights and go hunting in the base, but this is the toxic thing about the White Tower. It just protects so much economy. If you dive into the English base, they'll do the same into yours and kill a lot more. So Baltune's now stuck. Knights are going to have to charge in, but those are vet spearmen. You feel like you're wearing paper mache armor against this. Epic galore. Knights starting to be sacrificed. Lombos are just cutting through it so fast. It's slipping from Baltune quickly here. And you aren't a civ that has a defensive landmark. So, like, what do you get out of a tech here? You can either go for Guildhall, which means you don't get anything, you have to just survive. Or you go for Royal Institute in a game where you're going to be food starved, so you won't be able to build more knights. There's just not great choices here. So Baltune, he commits into the fight, though. Knight count, half of what it was when all these skirmishes began. Lombo still trading out. And that's enough to convince him. GG gets called. Vortic, firmly reminding us why English were and still are a dominant force on mountain clearing. But the series ain't over yet. No. There's still hit back potential here. So mark it up. A win on mountain clearing for the English main. And where do we go next? So Kaga, 4 legs. Kaga can be very good for French because of the exposed gold. But you can't, like, Dark Age Rush English. Four Lakes, the French got a bit of a buff. The dock play is a bit more efficient now that it's also a house because it gives population. I still kind of like English more though. Because English, although, you know, you're saving 50 wood on a house when you drop a dock, what English can do is save a lot more wood as the minutes go on because of the cheap tech, right? Or rather, cheap tech, but the cheap perk in that they get 10% discount on all boats. It's like, I mean, you're going to have to go there either way now, right? You can't avoid that map. But I'm feeling as if Vortic may be favored now with the remaining maps. If Prairie hadn't been banned, things would be looking a lot better. That's a big if. That's why you don't make archers and just make more knights. Huh? I'm not so sure about that. You saw how quickly those knights melted to the spearmen, right? Maybe on a different map, but on mountain clearing, because like on a big map like Dry Arabia, right? You can basically flank raid, and the Lombos won't reach your base before you reach the enemy. Well, on that map, flank raid is like redundant. Your opponent will just ride straight into your base and wipe you out. All right, so lads are getting in lobby now. We're going to run a minute of ads so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game. And let's have a look. Let's see which map they're going to. Oh, wait. No, we got given the wrong draft. They've got bridges. Huh? Oh, wait, no. Dude, yeah, what? What map did I say? Was it always bridges and I just got distracted? Yeah, we've got bridges. Oh, wait. Ignore my brain. Let's get in game. No caffeine week is going hard. Let's get scores sorted as well. Let's get, rather, bet sorted. You said Kaga. Okay, yeah, my brain was being weird. Yeah, it's because you got like the water splits on each side. Okay, my bad. My brain. One and all, can this man actually just play something else? No, he can't, because in this tournament, he literally has to play French every game. One and all, welcome back to the One Trick Pony. Baltune versus the Vortic. Wait, Baltune versus the Vortic? I'm going to go with that anyway. The Vortic, the one and only Vortic. The man, the myth, the legend, the myth itself, now returned to AoE 4 and returned to his roots. Back in the days, Vortic used to be like one of the best English players by far. His untempered aggression was so admirable. His micro so on point. I'm not really that surprised that he opted for English in this tournament. What is surprising is the way that he's been manipulating the map pool to make it good. However, sometimes you can't avoid the negatives. And this map will be a negative for him. We're on bridges. It's a Pro Scouts friendly map. Double D in north. One in front of your base, one behind the enemy base. Now, obviously, this can vary a little bit, but the deer in the north is guaranteed. That's a problem for Vortic, because you can't easily block that with longbow play from English. You can either go north, and you're stuck in the northern quarter, or third, shall we say, or you play center towards your enemy's base. You can't both harass his base and block his deer. So it's a really rough position, actually, for Vortic to be in, which is why you're not seeing him bother with longbows this game. It is going to be the Abbey of Kings. Yes, sir. Now, the question is whether it's going to be a TC follow-up. I would be surprised. I think TC play against Pro Scouts has been proven to fail 9 times out of 10. It doesn't feel great, especially for English right now. That like, if you guys look at competitive play, you know, if we go back, what, half a year, English was S tier, bordering S tier. They were that good with the Abbey of Kings 2TC build. It was uncounterable. But then the 2TC meta shifted, Pro Scouts came in. And all of a sudden, this Civ that had revitalized to life again on land maps after being irrelevant for a long time, just disappeared. They were no longer viable at all. And that's why you've been seeing these like more intriguing wins, right? So we had Vortic playing on Coastal, very kind of linear squish map, so you can kind of understand how English could work there. Boldland was never going to work for them because it's a Pro Scouts heavy map. And then we just saw Mountain Clearing, which is a non-Pro Scouts map. Once again, English feels good. If we get to Game 5, it is going to be on Four Lakes. That's a map that isn't going to be about Pro Scouts, so there is actually hope for Vortic. And because he did win 2 games already, I've got to say I'm kind of leaning towards Vortic to take the series currently. At least from a strategic execution of how you can envision maps playing. Baltune, at least here, should feel quite comfortable. We've already got the gold being gathered up. 180 in reserve. He's already got the mill ready to go. He's gathering enough so he can pump a knight and get the Pro Scouts starting. In fact, actually, with the timing on this, is he going to have enough for the knight and Pro Scouts? I think the knight might get delayed by 20 seconds. Actually, no. It's going to be the Pro Scouts delay. He doesn't have enough wood. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Well, that's a bit awkward. Wait, oh, he was prep. Yeah, he was prepping an outpost for the king. That's a very early outpost. So, unfortunately for him, it kind of miscues things a little bit. In fact, is he not going Pro Scouts at all? He only got 9 sheep. This is pretty dangerous. Okay, there we go. He goes back for it now. Yeah, so he just wanted the stables timing because he wants to produce knights and scouts. There was a little bit of switchery there. Like, the outpost idea, I get where he's coming from because the king could harass the back. But theoretically, like, you can just do it this order around and still get the outpost up in time. The king only just spawned, right? Yeah, so he's not going to be there quick enough to block you entirely. Like, he can still get an outpost. Let's get me move out to deer, though. Should be able to scout the king coming pretty swiftly here. Already has the other knight heading to the enemy base. I like this. I'm always a fan of the knight first alongside the Pro Scouts play. The reason is you apply pressure. You force your opponent to react. Now, we're likely going to see the negative of having to go Spearman here. It's Spearman to defend, but the idea is it's meant to be Spearman to potentially block deer. But the spread is really wide. So it's very hard for Spearman to stop Baltune from getting at least 2 deer stacks. Baltune, in the meantime, is going to be shoved off of the gold. His knight's coming. It's only 1 so far. He has got enough for a secondary. Still no outpost commitment. Well, this is because I don't think Baltune really wants to do mass knights. No, this actually might be a bit of a bait switch. There we go. Okay, outpost coming up. So yeah, with the outpost, this now does confirm we are going to get knight spam. But it kind of looked like Baltune was considering just going archers instead. Could have been a pretty sick play if you just blobbed full archers against spears like this and lombos on a delay. King Horseman into Fast Castle. Cool in theory. Against French, though, it's a little bit weird. Oh, nice snipe. King goes down. Did get a worker kill. But you can kind of afford to lose 1 worker here to get rid of the king pressure. It's a really big window now before the next one comes back. Yeah, so to the point of the king plus horseman into Fast Castle build that Mr. Revolutionized. Different time, different matchups. Like, I remember he done that against Mongols super effectively. Against French, I think it's a lot more difficult. Because when you go with, like, the French matchup, they can just get chivalry and kind of mirror you. And the knights will always be better. Right? So, like, the only way you really lose with knights versus horseman king is if you split your knights up. So first load of deer is going to be coming home. Second one, remember, is behind the base. So that's already 5,000 extra food to work with for Baltune. Top of that, sheep split. Yeah, Baltune isn't going to run out first. So Vortic needs to start adding in the farms. Very cheap for English to do, but it means that you're not really applying more pressure with your resources. I mean, there is a world in which you could kind of shove these deer into the base. Army's not really doing anything else right now. The problem is if you become too focused on that and aren't looking for your opponent, knights could just dive into you when you're like deer shoving. That's the problem Vortix would have. So Baltune, I don't think he's revealed the archers so far. No, Vortix has kept the scout on the north side, so I don't think he actually saw the archery range build. Especially considering its position. So Baltune's just holding back right now. Like, there's no point moving the archers up when the knights want to raid. You're up against longbow spears. They should never be able to catch you. So he just wants to keep this here as a big revelation. It's a very smart play. We see it quite a lot from players. Like, you know, make your opponent react to what you have. Because to react to what he has would mean building mass spears. And once he's built mass spears, surprise, look at all my archers. Baltune, it looks like we're starting to get some macro up here. He's probably going to be scouting in to see what his opponent is doing. Depending on what he sees on the gold, might inform him whether he wants to commit to the age or not. Meantime, nice split up. Goes for 2 different targets. And we'll find them both. That was beautifully done. I like that he done that because if he had both these knights going towards one resource, for a start, it's easier for someone to pull back from one location than 2. But the other reason that was important is a lot of the time when knights target 2 villages on gold or berries together, they block each other. It's like one of them gets shoved away, he doesn't connect as quickly. And if it's not the charge in, it's the follow-up attack that gets messed with. Yeah, Baltune. He is going for that tech. And with double pro scouts play, you could just be going for Royal Institute, but with the movement onto stone, yeah, I think this is longer game. Guildhall coming. Did get the wall up, but not before the king got in, so a little bit of nuisance there, losing another villager, but this is going to be Guildhall into... Is this 2 TC? Interesting idea. Nice in the meantime, are getting cut off. Vortix, he's ramping for pressure. He knows what's happening here. He saw the movement out of the stone. And he knows there's no damn good reason if you're just playing the age like any normal French player would. Oh, at least in your pub games. So he's going to move up for the outpost and look to begin to push in. Yeah, so Baltune, I'm hoping the stone was just about emplacements with 2 villagers likely was. Because a TC would kill you. A keep drop would be too slow here. Can he do it? Can he crack him in the 4th game? Vortix, I mean, he does already have the necessary blacksmith decks. Undermesh, Steel Arrow. Only thing missing is that signature siege engineering, so we don't have rams to enable this further. Does, however, have enough spearmen to burn through the wall and wrap around the back. Was it the only gold that Baltune has easy access to? Another awkward thing is the king can just kind of bait you here. The longbows. Wait. Vortix, no. Kind of awkward there. Longbows were meant to be standing here. They actually could have probably sniped 1 or 2 of the knights. Now burn through coming in. Veterancy for those knights coming in. As well as the ranged armor level 2. Outpost aura is going to continue to extend. Vortic is just kind of playing a delayed classic all-in feudal English. But with men-at-arms already coming out for Baltune, this could prove problematic. Raxas need to be burnt down. Nice interception of the reinforcements. He's stopping any additional troops from getting through here. Meanwhile, Vortix very much fixated on stopping additional troops from getting out. Gets one of the Raxas. Does need to rotate onto the goal, but with the outposts here, it's going to be difficult to break. It's going to be a dive in. Vortix. Does it feel like he's missed the timing here? I mean, the amount of men-at-arms you can get out, with just this little amount of gold is good enough. Villagers are going to be in trouble, though, so it's definitely going to be economy losses. If Vortix can get, like, an 8-villager lead, he can tech up from behind. Numbers in the meantime are going to keep trading out against the archers, but the men-at-arms are starting to stabilize it a little bit. Baltune, he's only lost a handful of villagers, like, what, 4 in total? And killed 2 in response. I don't think this was enough damage to Vortix. He does a good job of microing it to make sure he's taking out the thing he can kill, which is archers. Lombos are going to move in. Maybe? It just feels so difficult to dive. Vortic is on point with his micro at least. He's basically targeting down 1 minute arms at a time. Has to be as clean as possible. Pressure does continue. We've now got to dive into the tree line with Spearman. There's another 2 worker kills. Baltune has some resource issues. He's got way too much food. There's other resources he can't reach. But now, with the pressure relief, we are back onto the gold. More racks is coming up as well. I think Vortic knows that it's not enough yet to go castle. The scary part is you're very much on the clock now with men-at-arms play. The longer you take, the worse this gets. It's a flood waiting to happen. Numbers are going to try to stop the wall going up, but good micro by Baltune. Enough health that he knows that Lombos can't break through. And Vortic is going to cut production now. So, there'll be an age up. Positives of what has happened here. He's forced his opponent into mass men-at-arms. That's not a fast diving comp to the other side of the map. If he can rush a tech up, he should be capable of getting a white tower online. Problem is, similar to that Borderland game, you're going to have gone white tower against French who are going 2TC. I wonder, actually, would he dare do King's Palace here? The difference between Borderland and this game is Borderland was masked knights. They get in, they kill you very fast. Men-at-arms are very cumbersome. I mean, just look at them, one by one. If he can actually be cheeky... No, okay, it's going to be white tower. He's just a little bit paranoid. For good reason. When you look at his vision, you know, he sees some of the men-at-arms, not all of them. Speaking of which, MA is still not able to stop him from doing this. Vortic has completely removed Baltune's eco lead. And he still has more Lombos to keep sniping with. There's no textiles. Obviously, he has at least rallied together a handful of MAA. The Baltune, you know, the men-at-arms forces the commitment into White Tower, but it also means that now you can't dive the enemy's economy. Unless you maybe get in there before it goes up. Oh, wow. He doesn't even go for the White Tower. I don't think Baltune was looking at it right there. No, goes after the farm cluster instead of trying to slow down the White Tower build. So, tech up complete. Men-at-arms will get shut down. Baltune has started adding in knights. And should be having a second TC coming in shortly. Love this in Vortic straight into the monastery. This is the trade-off of doing MAA versus Knights. MAA is like, get in there, get exactly where you need to be. But when you go Knights, you can block flanks as well. So with that in mind, Vortic is going to try to pull north and south away from where the men-at-arms are focused. Crossbow's already on the way. That can be a good thing for Baltune, because if you're both leaning crossbows now, arbitrary just dunk. Problem is, he doesn't know this info yet. Oh, but he can at least assume it. Nice night dive on the back. And this will reveal the first crossbows to him. That's very important info. It means he doesn't have to waste time just adding in extra like men-at-arms and mass. You can just double down on the arbitrary focus. Because if your opponent is going like longbow, spear, crossbow, arbitrary can beat all of that. Longbows can technically kite you a little bit, but the most important thing is Pavis plus Gamsons. The defensive mechanisms of arbitrary makes them kings. Fun toy to wake up to, not a format I'd want to see on a regulated format. Exactly. Like it's the same thing with King of Dry Arabia I said about. Like King of Dry Arabia is cool as a one-off. I don't think you want to see it as a regular series. I like that they're coming up with these cool little like one-off things. It's something I've wanted to do like with in the past. We kind of done a little bit with show matches on like micro maps. I think that can be a little bit more extensive. But like having these one-offs is cool. I would say if they ever want to do something similar to this, you probably want to find a format that felt less linearly punishing, if that makes sense. And what I mean is, like, we saw it for Dimu in the first round. Like, getting Ottomans into French in the current meta is like, I don't know what you do with that. He didn't know what to do with that. It's very, very hard. At least with English, I'd say they have more of an aggressive line they can take than Ottomans in Feudal Age. You ever get that feeling we're going to be going to an Imperial Age with Vortic again? I mean, we know Baltune's okay with going there. He suspected it as well. He has Guildhall. It has 2,000 food sitting in it already. Red Palace drop, preferably you're looking at the north side to secure the 8k veins. Might just do it in the center of the map to kind of split things. Because Vortex is playing a slow army, so if you block the central sacred site, secure the 4k vein, you can't really rotate through the center of the map. The 100 minutes war really feels like that's what it should be trending towards with some of these. Wait, are we missing Jean for that experience? Damn, we could have made it all that more fitting. Yeah, I think I kind of like the idea of this type of tournament with a drafting phase where you draft each other down to only one civ you can use. So then you have like some say series to series. Also diversifies the player civ pool a bit. Keep drop coming in. Lombos are going to be able to stab down 1 or 2 villages here. Needs to get every little it can. Baltune does have that second TC in the corner. Vortex is still only playing 1 town center, though. I gotta say, he's definitely kind of surprising me with these 1 TC Imperial plays. It's not really what you're used to seeing out of the English. I think for a long time we just got completely used to, you know, 2 TC, fast castle, zoom zoom. If you draft each other down, there'll be a lot of the same matchups. Possibly. So, I have an idea for a tournament I really want to try and do in 2025. I don't know if I should tell you guys more about it. It would require quite a bit of budget, I think. If I done this... If I do the tournament I'm thinking of doing, I don't know. I think I'd have to aim for 2026. I think we'd have to keep building the channel and then justify like a big investment from World's Edge. Because I'd want like all expenses involved, probably like a 40k tournament. So that's like maybe we have like 25k prize pool or something. Then like, you know, casters, budgeting, etc. It's like there is something I have in mind which I think would be sick for Age of Empires 4. It would be a very unique way of approaching drafting. It would basically be like... I'm not going to like go through the whole thing, but to tease you, it would be like, imagine if there was a stock market to drafting. With supply and demand. So, back to the game, though, instead of just dangling those things and teasing you guys. Baltune has gone for the Mass Arbitrary comp, which is pretty much like the chef's kiss late game, unless you can somehow afford AD Knights, like in that Borderland game. English, a little bit worrisome that he's going to Men-at-Arms. He will be kind of countered there. Upsides, at least, he has got longbows getting added in. He has got the Outpost Aura, and no network of Citadels, but I could see a world in which we get a Berkshire drop. However, Baltune might beat you to the punchline here. Army's shuffling north, 15 villages as well. Actually, make it 24. And guys, yeah, he's going to Red Palace drop the bridge. Oh, this is sick. The Guildhall just got pulled. It had 4,000 food sitting in it. Okay, he's actually going to pull it back. It's going to be in the north. I kind of like that, though, because now he secures all the wood, he secures the stone and the gold, and then he can add in additional keeps afterwards. I have no idea how this would work, but I want to see a tournament where the low-ranked player picks the civs, so the high-ranked player gets to pick them out. I mean, you kind of like have that with first pick priority, right? Like a lot of scenes do that. But yeah, this bidding system I have in mind, the reason it requires such a high budget is like it would be an insane amount of effort to come up with almost like a living stock market that organically makes sense, tune that system, and then also update it daily. I'd have to pay an admin a lot, but it would be sick. I am going to cockily say I think it would be one of the best tournaments AoE4 would ever have. I believe in it that much. Yeah, I still also love the idea of just maybe a tournament with that 2 players play 1 civ mod, where you partner up like a high-ranking player, low-ranking player, and the high-ranking player handles the macro, low-ranking player handles the micro, or vice versa. Demo's coming in though. Love this from Baltune. Vortic is a trust fund kid cut off from his inheritance. Yeah, he's lacking long-term gold now with that. TC drop did come in. But Vortic, he's still in the castle age. Baltune has a 30 villager lead. He's going to have to walk back here. Upgrade upgrades aren't in just yet. Now with the keep drop, Vortic should be a little bit reluctant to dive through here. Very important, actually. If this keep wasn't here, Vortic would keep on pressuring. What's the name of the co-op mod? I can't remember its name. It was made a long time ago, and even back then, it was apparently quite buggy. We do have the Berkshire now coming in. Hello, Baltune stepping up. At the perfect time. His army is a lot smaller, mind you, and the elite upgrade isn't in yet. The Beast drop's going to be there, though. Midst of the fight. Men-at-Arms going to be able to hold this. 15 seconds out from elite tech. Baltune, he doesn't have crossbow stirrups either. He is going to be broken onto. No gambesons. Baltune is throwing away the army. A gluttonous maneuver there. To think he could just so bluntly step up like that. Oh my god. And to think like that, that's like the best kind of situation where Vortic is teching, not adding in another layer of troops. Baltune just kind of missing it on the timing there. And what is up, Bandora? I appreciate the prime sub, mate. Make sure you get those prime subs in, folks. You don't want to miss the outcome of this one because the Berkshire is online. Vortic, he's the one to take control of the center of the map. Now, negatives of this is gold. He has not got much to work with. Positives is you're English, so who cares about gold? We like wheat, and wheat equal gold. Golden wheat? But in fairness, it is lots of resources for the French. 16,000 gold on that Northern Island, not to mention the fact he's got the guild hall, generating even more gold for late game. And then on top of that, hey, look at that. Castles making the gold cost cheaper. Wait, is someone complaining about ads? Guys, you know what to type in the chat. Go on, tell them how it is. University now coming in. So Baltune, we are getting all the techs that are missing now. Crossbow stirrups on the way. Gambeson's coming through. And what is up, Drunken Smuggler? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Now, neither player can get a Sacred Site victory as it currently stands. It would be too wide on the map for Vortic with his current position, and the Berkshire would stop Baltune from achieving it. We do have Trebs coming, so Baltune... Vortic is trying to force a direct engagement linearly. Could be worth it as well if he gets into the network of citadels. We do have hand cannoneers getting added in. So Cinder are now on the way. Do we actually have any university techs yet out of Vortic? I don't think so. Wait, I just realized how silly the little circles look when you walk on bridges. I think I just kind of full-on box dropped off of that thing. Does network castles and citadels affect your siege weapons attack speed? Yes, it does. Which is what can make trebs dirty. It's why historically, like in the early days, mass trebs with shattering projectiles was like gigabusted. It was the most used strategy for English end games. Yeah, I mean, good on you for finding an ad blocker that works, but I just say, if you're enjoying the content and absorbing 100 hours of content a month, $5 is a pretty good deal. It also supports the creator continue to do it. But I know it's not feasible financially for everyone, so appreciate the people that tune in anyway. And yes, for you to get the aura, it needs to be an enemy in range. But that's where you can get toxic, like dropping an outpost here near the buildings. The buildings would trigger it, right? So then you still get the attack speed. Baltune really is biding his time here. He needs to... He's heavily outmassed. Yeah, and the deletion, I was about to say, he needs to get rid of villagers here. What worries me is Baltune never made the full farm transition. It's only coming in now. That's why his income is so abysmal. So much gold to work with, but like, what does that really count for here? I mean, he could, in theory, do mass mangonels, but the worry is, you know, Elite Army Tactics is back, guys. Remember, it got buffed back to its former self. It now gives health again. So once Vortic has that with mass men at arms, you actually need meaty units to defend you. You can't just rely on mangoes. Yeah, Baltune actually just setting up a keep drop just to get his hands on the ball. Vortic, once again, just like we saw in Borderland, these creeping walls, only in that game his position was quite dire. This one, I'd say it looks fairly in control. Baltune. Don't look to march forward. Cannons will snipe out the Treb straight away. Arbitrators with crossbow stirrups are scary stuff, folks. And not just that, Vortic. Not after you say he kind of gets out micro, but he gets bait and switched here. Half the army to chase after 5 horsemen is not a good trade. That was a terrible engagement for Vortic. Baltune able to keep posturing forward here. Crossbow stirrups really does change the outlook on the game. Oh man, Pavis drop is on cooldown. That's the upside for Vortic. Downsides, it's still a lot of arbor power. He's actually standing his ground. Bombard's hitting in. Bullshit is about to go down. And the castle drop behind this. Baltune, with a second wave of horsemen, should be able to break this. There's not many spearmen left over. Just a handful of arbitrary on the front line. But Pavis is coming off cooldown soon. And Vortic knows it. He has to bail. No attack speed or anymore. He cannot fight. What a timing. What an attack out of Baltune. Vortic, he was in the infancy of switching over to hand cannoneers, a unit that might be able to compete here with the attack speed aura. The longbows and crossbows get left in the dust. Now, to make matters worse, look at what Baltune sniffed out. He sees, oh, wow, you're not really building crossbows anymore. Be a shame if I went back to knights. Cantle saddles, elite knight techs, both queued up. Crossbows, in the meantime, will be able to clear through to the men-at-arms. That's the horseman now just riding onto the longbow backline, and the crossbows remaining. Now, the question is whether Baltune can keep this going. Does he have the food to do so? He's got gold ready to do so. 3,000 in the guild hall. Farm count is looking good now, up at 38. In theory, there should be no slowdown in the push now. Vortic, is he lacking production? Oh my god, he only has 4 Raxes. Yeah, Baltune can zerg him now. Vortic does not have the production to get a defensive army together. Villagers are going to get pulled, but good micro there. Baltune just baits them out. Carves them up. Damn. What a timing attack. Baltune threaded that perfectly. And at this stage, because the army production is so small, 4 cannons is pretty OP. It feels OP in a fight, just because of the damage. They're one-hitting all these ranged units. And notice that he's intentionally targeting ranged, right? Like, just ignore the melee as long as you can, because they take 2 hits or more. And with that, he now goes to the keep drop. It looks like all 3 sacred sites should be feasible here. We'll have to pull for the south side. Could even think about walling this off. This game is now looking about like 80% favored for Baltune. Vortic does still have gold in reserve to try hand cannoneers, but with this raid... Alright, make it 95%. Hand cannoneers was really his one play out of this. And now, with a lack of any gold access, that possibility disappears. I mean, you have got enclosures, but enclosures doesn't really allow you to blob mass hand cannons. And no, the gate! What I believe we have here is a failure to surrender. Vortic's reluctant to give it over, but doesn't really have much of a say anymore. Looks like he's an excommunicado for bridges. The cannons are just so toxic in this situation. Not making any of the trades feel good. And there's the Pavis drop. Knights are just way too tanky. He doesn't even have the attack speed aura in this area. Vortic is a hard hold. Especially when your longbows feel like they're doing so little in the engagement. The spearmen, however. Could this be good enough? There's 13 knights left over. Villagers have been pulled again. So the problem is, despite the fact they're militarily equal, it's the quality of the units that we would have to focus on here. Baltune's entire army is now knights and cannons. Vortic's just... It's crazy because, like, I keep seeing this reserve of 9, 10 units each. It just feels like there's not quite enough production buildings to really just get the troops out fast enough. It looks really bad when you consider that Baltune is just burning all his troops, but he understands what this has turned into. No space, no breathing room, no opportunity for Vortic to clutch back into this. Means it's all going to come down to 4 lakes to decide a winner and who will be the first to make it through to semi-finals for the one-trick pony. All right. We are going the full distance. Let's mark that one up. Win for De Francais. Final map's going to be interesting. We were saying, like, I think English is still slightly favored, but I don't think it's like an overall stomp on 4 legs. I feel like either can compete there. And yeah, those cannons, I mean, so something I really wish AoE4 had. I'm very envious of, like, StarCraft having this, and we still don't. I don't know why we don't, because apparently there is maybe, like, an associated tracker for it somewhere. Apparently. I haven't been able to confirm or deny. Someone told me. Guy told me on the street, so let's believe it. Why don't we have a unit kill counter on units? I'd be curious as to how many units those cannons were responsible for killing. Would really paint the full picture. Okay, one sec. I clicked on the wrong game. Give me un momento. Give my boy Benny Ottos, we want justice. Is that where we're at? Hashtag justice for Benny. Okay, let's have a look here. Next game. All right, they're getting in the game now in a sec. I'm going to run 1.5 ads now. Because I'm graciously thinking of everyone except that one guy who moaned about the ads. Him, I'll put on a secret ad watch list where he gets double the ads. Tinfoil hat on. People are like, is that a thing? I don't know, man. It's like, it's part of the system. Saying 3 minutes of ads is absurd. It's kind of crazy. Like, I was in someone's stream the other day that had 6 minutes ads. That's when I was like, that is a bit crazy. I'm pretty sure you don't get 3 minutes ads here. I think it's like, is it 1.5 minutes every cycle? It depends on where you live. It shouldn't do. Like, streamers can set how many ads they get, but they're kind of encouraged to set different thresholds at least because it unlocks higher pay bands. But I don't know. My advice is like, either sub and support a crate you like, or get your ass some turbo. And then you're fine all around. Shouldn't even be telling you about turbo. It's like a easy way around giving me money. It's not so much ads as when they get placed. Well, the thing is, we ran ads before the game began. And we only have certain points where we can run ads. So, like, here's the thing as well. Like, Twitch doesn't actually give you great control. And here's what I mean. So, there's a thing where it's like, there's a setting for trying to run ads at optimal times to do so in downtimes, right? And I can press... Like, you know, I can press that option to be on. And you know what it does? It's actually quite crafty. It has read it correctly before, where a game has ended, we've come back to lobby, and it's ran an ad. So, presumably working right? Yes, but I believe it plays maybe the minimum ad. So then, like, if I'm saying, oh, we've got 2 minutes, I want to actually run a longer ad before we get to the next game, I then can't. Now, you might say, just turn it off, KP, run the manual all the time. Sure, that's great, but sometimes we are human, we just forget. We're getting ready for a game. We're literally, like, doing the casting, the observing, the production, the standard streamer stuff, all of it, right? Then you think about multi-stream format. You spectate many games parallelly, so viewers always get top-notch action. Wait, you mean watch multiple games at once or multiple platforms? We already do multiple platforms. Multiple games at once is, like, archaic as all hell. It would be ideal if the system that the game... Oh my god, dude, that logo. It would be ideal if, like, the observer system of the game wasn't so bad. I.e., you could actually click somewhere in the timeline. You know, multiple games at once is, like, you're asking a lot. You don't even get that on an EGC broadcast. I'm a one-man show. Chill. Alright, let's start predictions. One and all, it's Pondy time. That's right, we're under 4 lakes to decide this. One Trick Pony, game number 5 between Vortic and Baltune. Baltune, aka the Benny Boy Slayer, up against Vortic, the Core Slayer. And it comes down to, I think, a fairly balanced map, I want to say. I could see either Civ winning here on 4 lakes. English makes a lot of sense. French also, just some kind of healthy buffs around the dock costs. And also just night play in general can feel quite nice on this map. In fairness, the other thing I'm thinking about here is Baltune loves it when he has a map where he can build only knights. And if there is a map that's going to allow for it in the rotation forever, it's going to be the one that has deep water fish in all the corners. And yeah, you guys are like, dude, you're begging me for NFL Red Zone having 4 different games up at once. Yeah, there's one problem with that. That would require 4 different PCs. And then also, it doesn't, like, you need someone to be observing each of those PCs. Like I said, if the observing system in AoE 4 wasn't so archaic, I could do it. Because what you could do is you could click in a game, and then click along the timeline to a point in the game. Games like Dota 2 let you do this, but Age of Empires 4 doesn't. Because Age of Empires 4, little bit of info on recordings, the way replay tech works, guys. Age of Empires 4 is basically simulating the game out. It's not a recording where you can click through, it's simulating all the moves. Right? So, like, the recording files are basically a list of the actions that happen in the game. And then those get played out. So, double dock coming in already. English is sticking to 1. That makes a lot of sense. So, both these civs get slight eco perks around the sea. For the English, it's going to be 10% discount on the boats. For the French, it's the fact that a dock is also a house. So, you kind of save 50 wood. So it makes sense that Baltune would try to go double dock first. Vortix, I wonder, do we see Abbey of Kings or do we see Council Hall here? Considering the amount of food your opponent should have, Council Hall might be a little bit risky. Abbey of Kings definitely has some safety to it. And also just gives you a bit of easier raid potential while you focus on the ponds. You can also use the king to heal boats, right? Oh, wow. I started you guys on a nerdy path. You're talking about linked lists now? Oh, God. Let's not go there. I always find fishing maps like this quite comical. Because compared to a land map, it's very peaceful and zen-like. But then, because of all the ridiculous food you start getting, it snowballs quickly. So Scout is going to reveal on one side. Vortic's, I don't think, did he scout this when the first dock went down? No, because it was quite delayed, right? So might not be aware about the second dock played yet. Abbey of Kings is going to be coming in, though. So no Council Hall, all in send it. Baltune did get that info. School of Cavalry would be the most logical for him here on the French. This fish count already looking pretty damn good. Yam network does affect Mongol boats, so I would think. Yeah, no. Are you sure about Yam, or I thought they got rid of that? We know that the king aura like affects siege, right? I think it does. So there's some lines to draw, right? So a long time ago, Yam used to affect siege, and they got rid of it. And I think boats get categorized the same as siege on a sub-layer, which is why, for example, the English attack speed aura affects boats and siege. But then for the king, I'm trying to remember if that heals siege or not. I think he does. It's been a while since I've watched English do siege with the king. So the outposts do actually boost the movement speed of boats still. It's kind of interesting. I would have thought they would have removed that. But then again, I guess over time it didn't matter when it maybe got to a point where it could have been a problem with maps like Canal Entering. You already had civs like Malians that get the movement speed buff when they're near their docks. Baltune, just making sure that his ponds are going to be safe here. He's going to set up the dock on the side. This also sets him up efficiently to gather on the secondary deep water fish. Vortic is still sticking to just one here. And it's going to be archer range. Okay, so similar to the earlier games. Yeah, Vortic seems to rate this quite highly. A lot of people, didn't really think about doing archer ranges for a long time with the Abbey of Kings builds. It was all about 2TC. And when it wasn't about 2TC, it was about these mass horsemen Abbey of King builds. We mentioned earlier in the set how like going Abbey of Kings mass horsemen against French just feels like a death sentence. Because, the logic there is you're meant to wear them down over time. But because this isn't Rus, and this is actually a civ that has a healing tech for the knights, you don't really get a chance to wear them down. So instead, going to be leading into the infantry. Spears Archers coming. The cool thing about playing the Archers here with the Abbey of Kings, you basically get like old school campfire healing on the go. Remember, it used to be that campfire would give you healing on nearby units. They removed that for a very obvious reason. So, Baltune already getting with archers. He actually got a really good spawn here, guys. Double tree line? Yeah, there's no easy way for Vortic to see around the other side. Unless... Oh, man, this is sick. If he can just reach the tree line, he can block it all out. Spinning out now here. That's going to scare Baltune away. And there we go. He campfires it. This is sick. Vortic, he's roasting some marshmallows around the back. In a weird way, kind of getting up, spit roasting Baltune's tree line here with the vision from one and the attack from the other, but great ID by Baltune. He saw it. Wait, that's making me wonder. Can you see campfires through fog? Presumably, he was just assuming there's only one reason the Lombos would be approaching here, and it's because of vision around the back. Either way, really well played by Baltune. Dodges a bullet with that play. And now Vortic has to send the king instead for vision. Lombos, not enough of them to really scare him here. Yeah, Aura should pull relics closer to the TC every minute. Yeah, guys, actually, like, no. I figured it out, right? You know how, like, you watch Mongols do pro scouts, you're like, okay, that's reasonable, but at the same time, you're like, oh, man, they're kind of worse than, like, a lot of other civs. Why does Deerstone not attract the deer? We have, like, Age of Mythology has this. We have the technology. What's up, Venom Breath? Appreciate the sub, mate. Look at that. Don't have to worry about ads. Smart lad. So, Baltune has got a small tree line to work with to buy enough time to get his forces out. Notice he does not have any knights. He got blocked off the gold. He is going for the flank resource now, but this is pretty far out the base. Yeah, Baltune's army is very weak right now. Vortic has found a sick timing here, actually, and he even has Steel Arrow on the way. That's smart. He knows his opponent can't get Blacksmith decks right now, not after the idol and the gold. He does know about the backspawn gold, and the king is going to ride out there. Army should be able to react, though, so that will scare him away. And it looks like instead, is Vortex maybe considering trying to take out the docks? I mean, it would make sense to kind of scale to that point. After you get Steel Arrow Undermesh, you could always just consider Siege Engineering. 1 or 2 Rams does a lot of work here. It always gets a bit tricky. You have to guard them because the Horsemen do kill Siege really fast. So here we go. He's actually going to be going for the gold again. Baltune going to cut across. They'll see the full army. Dives directly towards it. Shots are going to be coming in. Archers need to focus fire onto the Spearman. The Horseman are going to go for the dive. But the Spearman, quick to react on the flank. And remember, because he's got the Steeled Arrow here, he can still deal a lot of damage to the remaining Horsemen. So Archers get mopped up. Spearman clear house. And Vortex now at 10 minutes in an insanely dominant position. Enough so to force the GG straight away. That is it. Vortex will be your first player through to the semi-finals of the One Trick Pony, and he does so in under 10 minutes for the deciding game. Talk about reading your timing in a succinct fashion. We talked about this man back in the day, how he was a legend on the English because of these all-in council hold-esque builds. Even though he's a player that has refined his ability to play the mid and late game, he gives us a firm reminder in the final game of the series that he's still no joke when it comes to early pressure. Well played, Mr. Vortex. 3-2 score in the end. What a Chad. So, mark that up on the board. Now, I'm wondering if we have any other series still cooking. We could check in on Wham versus Beasty. So let me have a look. Should we do Wham versus Beasty, guys? So Beasty win coastal. Mountain clearing goes the other way. Let's do Wham and Beasty. That'll be the last one of the day for me. So 5 games. So coastal was a win for Beasty. And then Mountain Clearing was a win for Wham. All right, they're now in game 3. I think they're only a few minutes in, so we'll speed into live. B versus PuppyPaw? I'm pretty sure B versus PuppyPaw is going to get cast by the other channel. So, we'll get ready for this one. We'll hop in. Speed up to live. Why would you want the bracket to do One Trick Pony instead of Midweek Muster? That sounds like a terrible idea. Different format, sir. The last game was won by Vortex. So Baltune goes down. Vortex is still in. Alright, should be coming on live in a second. I'll give you a minute to predict because we're 5 minutes in the game. One and all, I think Beasty has gone crazy. He's in a tournament and he's willingly picked the Abbasids. Why? Why would he do this? Has he lost it? Has the man got so old that his mind has gone full senile? Oh, no, that's right. This is the one-trick pony. This is all that Beasty can play. Abbasids all weekend long. Oh, my God. Pour one out for the poor guy. That sounds torturous. Wham on the other side gets to have some fun. He's got Byzantines. And we are hopping in mid-series here. Best of 5, game number 3 on the Holy Island. And you've got Byzantines. Yeah, this is not a fun place to be, but he's going to try to have fun with it. We've got Imperial Hippodrome coming in. Now, last time we saw Byzantines Hippodrome on Holy Island, it was a certain 3D clan member, if you guys remember. A long time ago. It's been a while since we've had Holy Island in rotation. It did end up being a loss, but he had this really sick build that almost beat his opponent, just flooding horsemen on land. The whole idea was that you ignored the Dromans. You did not build a single one. You built 1 or 2 archer ships, you delayed the attack on water, and you took all that fishing and just flooded ponies. I'm wondering if Wham is thinking about a similar thing here. Beasty has already insulated himself against it, though. Seems he was anticipating the move. Because he's already got the military wing, so he'll have the spearmen to protect him. In fact, archer spears are already marching across the field. And wait, no, Wham is actually building Dromans. Wait, really? Alright, guys. It has been several months since we last got to flame these flamers. Let's see if we are still correct in mocking these things until the end of time. Oh boy. We might not be able to get many of them out. It feels like Beasty is performing an intervention. He's like, you built a Droman? Okay, sir, please, I need to help you. Let me just get rid of that thing for you. I mean, it's not just that he built a Droman, he kind of semi-rushed it. It was second boat out, but only by a few seconds. So, Beasty, he does already have the demo ship ready to play. In fact, it's waiting behind him right now. Wham. That Droman, if it gets hit one more time, is dead. So he does pull it back at the right moment. He'll man the sails just to make sure he gets home safely. Needs to address the ram. Now, Dromans are better at dealing with rams, actually, right? Yeah. Oh, that's sick. If he's quick, he can protect himself against the ram. Watch. Yeah, look at the damage. Dromans, they may not counter anything on the water well, but they counter rams. Unfortunately, it's a little bit late to protect the dock. Demo comes in behind. No. But don't worry, guys. We don't need to flame his boats. They flame themselves. So you should be able to clear up the ram before the second dock goes down. Meantime, though, Keshiks have intercepted the spearmen. Or are they being intercepted? This doesn't look great. Archers not clearing it quick enough, so Keshiks go down. He has to pull for another dock play here. The ram. There you go, guys. We found the counter. I mean, actually, guys, like, no cap, it really is. You kill a lot quicker than a Springald ship. Because in the same window of opportunity, a Springald would do, like, what, 2 damage? Because it attacks every 4 seconds. But you, across 3 seconds, attack 6 times. Yeah, actually, like, and not just that, remember, it's siege damage versus normal damage. So range versus siege. So you end up doing a lot of damage, 36 every 3 seconds compared to 1. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, guys, Dromans were made to destroy rams, so if we can just get the Flying Dutchman cheat from AoE 1, we'll be good to go. Ram has no fire armor, it wouldn't matter. Remember, Dromans are dealing siege damage. Beasty, now trying to build another ram. Has still only got 2 archers, but hold on. Does he actually get the villager kills here? If the Dromans react, the villagers should survive. Right now, they might be struggling to react, though. Demo ships are coming in. Hello. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. They're too big. What? How did that not connect? He somehow stays alive there. But this is getting uncomfortable. Beasty, it looks like he's losing a little bit too much on land, but the trade-off on water is worth it. Demo ship connection again gets denied. Doesn't find a kill. But the fishing boats, they're not working anymore. It's 10 fishing boats versus 16, and you're full idled up. Another demo coming. Oh my god, dude, no, just go straight for the fishing. Just go straight for the heart of it. Just, yeah. Right in there. Oh my god. These things always look so goofy. So, like, I've watched AoE 2, and AoE 2's Byzantine's, like, fire ships actually look threatening. These things just look clumsy. Oh, God. So, upsides for Wham. He's winning land. Downsides, he's losing water. And this map is usually dictated more by the water than the land. He has survived. He's not out of the sea yet. But he's at a deficit when it comes to his fishing economy for sure. Even with the olive oil kind of padding you a little bit. He did also go Keshet contract. Which is awkward if this ever trends Castle Age, because it means your entire comp gets counted by crossbows alone. These ships are massive. Yeah, which means they have like this reverse effect. So you think because they're massive, demos hit them easier. But look at the circle. Look at this. Like, sometimes what happens, as we saw a little bit earlier, is demos that should theoretically connect don't quite. It's like a reverse version of the issue with Roost Lodgia demos, you know, where they're basically too big, so their explosion's central and it does less damage. Hippodrome and Raid, Triumph for 30 seconds? Okay, jackpot. He's getting the chimichanga. We'll find additional worker kills, but looks like the... Wait, he goes back to work? Okay, Wham actually backs off. I think there was an opportunity to get 1 or 2 more kills. Credit to him for keeping this competitive, but it feels like every time he makes a move on land, this happens at sea. Every time. One thing you gotta be careful of, you just saw it there, Droman's kind of no-clip when they're chasing a target. So if you're not looking, one demo could just wipe you out. Spin Mass is looking good, so Beasty should be safe against this, like Wham. He's only got 3 archers here right now. However, there are more on the way, and he's scaling it. Drummers, meanwhile. I think they were attacking. I don't know if you can call it attacking, really. Demos are going to start to connect. Oh, wait, was that a misclip? Wait, these guys are all playing a Beyblade. Full 360 fire there. Okay, Wham. Does dodge the bullet. It looks like Beasty. I don't know if that was a misclick, the A-click or what, but one of the demos did detonate onto the archer ship instead. Meanwhile, Spears, though, they get wiped out. Oh my god, he's in with it again. It's another Triumph. Wait, this is actually sick. Something I didn't consider. With Hippodrome, remember, Triumph tickets get generated by kills. There's a lot of kills here. And I'm pretty sure when demo ships die, as long as they've been touched, they count as a kill. So usually using Triumph ends your game because if you don't do enough damage, you just don't get another go. But because of that detail, because of the amount of boats dying back and forth, including the demos that will count as kills, just like they do for Mongols with their bounty, what's happening is Wham's getting recharges much more rapidly than you normally would see for Hippodrome. So he keeps getting these small windows where for 10 seconds, his horsemen hit like a truck. That's kind of sick. It's still a problem to try and play this build because Dromans. But the more he makes it about land, the better it gets. And you can see the eco gap has fully shrunk. 9 fishing boats versus 17, yet only a 3 villager advantage for Beasty. You know, I guess this series is kind of sick as well now that I think about it. Because we don't have to worry about pro scouts at all. In theory. I think you can do it with Byzantines. Like, actually, technically you can do it both. There's the Triumph again. He doesn't have Expillatores. So kind of a missed trick there. Would allow him to kill the villagers a lot quicker and get paid for it. Which would be very healthy because, like, if you're getting paid on the gold, you can then spam more demo ships. Speaking of which... Well, looks like demos mostly counter each other out. One does sliver in. The Dromans are diving deep here. Oh, no. He needs demos right now to clear this. The Dromans are letting him down. Dude, imagine you work your ass off at war, right? Like, you're on the front line, you're pushing hard, you're diving into giant Middle Eastern emplacements, dying en masse to do it, but you're gaining ground. You're like, we can do this, guys. We're going to win. And then you get reports from the coast. The invasion of Egypt has failed. Why? Because everyone else is using giant ballista bolts, and we decided to basically use the equivalent of a deodorant can and a lighter. Oh. But it's a big deodorant can. Oh my god, it's actually like the right shape that you can kind of replace it with like an aerosol can. I'm not going to say a brand because they have to pay for that. That's ad placement right there. So what's Wham's win condition here? I think he just continues to whittle and he's looking for the gradual trend towards castle. Aber, I mean, because your opponent is essentially playing mass horseman, mass Keshik, you can just keep lobbing spears to win in this age. And because he's got so much food, as we're seeing now, horseman becomes very viable. It almost feels like Beasty understands that, like, the more he dives, the kind of harder it gets to a certain degree. You need to make sure you've got enough to, like, shrink the fishing fleet by half. Because otherwise, these Hippodrome tickets are just going to keep stockpiling up. Beasty. Only one demo. I mean, there's not really much to blow up, is there? There's 3 Dromans. Okay, guys, I know what buff Dromans need. They need to explode just like the Tower of the Sultan does. You know, they're going to be bad. At least make them like Michael Bay levels of cool to look at. So I don't know if anyone else had this, but when I very first saw this unit, my brain immediately assumed it was going to be OP. Has anyone else had that? Like, flame for a ship sounds broken. You're like, wow, this is going to kill everything. Everything I've ever had. And then you see it. And you kind of can't help but laugh at it. Oh, poor Dromans. Beasty, that's the only demo he had. He's starting to macro, though. Meanwhile, Ray coming again, but the outpost defense. Problem there is Limitana got added in. We better burn down quick enough. Looks like he's going to shuffle elsewhere. Meanwhile, in water, Wham, completely strangleholded up against the coast here. He's got 5 demos. If he can just clear the archer ships, easy push away here. Beasty's not going to make it that simple. Landside looks like the army is actually holding. Spearman Horsemen doing what they need to. So Wham's not really getting that eco damage he's looking for now. Also, keep in mind, Beasty has started to pull his villagers back, a lot of them to the north side. He's got safe resources now. Which is difficult because Wham's playing out of cavalry now. The Hippodrome just starts to feel a little bit worthless when you do this. He's getting archer spears. That's not the type of comp that can wrap around the back. Wham just queued up 3 more Dromans. We're done. Get me out. Oh, God. I want to talk about the fact they make biz without any war bonuses. So what you really want is more civs with defensive, but why? Also, that's not technically true. Pretty sure that the Presidium aura can affect walls. So, checkmate. You've got damage reduction on walls. I mean, arguing that China has a BS landmark isn't a good argument for others to just get one too. The argument then should be like, do we need to get rid of Great Wall Gatehouse? And oh my god, we need to get rid of the Byzantines! Demo ships coming in! They're just so big! Wow. 10 fishing boats now to 24. Beasty, content with the damage he's done, pulls back. He's got Culture Wing coming in 35 seconds. This is the problem when you just stack a lot of Dromans as well. They're just so much more unwieldy than standard Springle ships, I'd say. Feels like it's a lot easier to just get caught out when you have like 10 of these versus 10 Springles. Dive into the base again. This is the thing that's been keeping it competitive for Wham, is just sniping out these villages. Just great reads by Beasty to just get outpost after outpost after outpost. However, we do have Triumph Aura. I will dive in. The problem now is Wham, he's ready to begin the tech up. He's now an age behind. Okay, so Wham's idea wasn't wrong. He understood where this was trending. Golden Horn Tower is going to be coming through. Keshik's have stopped chasing tail. Almond Hulls is on the way. Now, this is the point where you'd expect Wham to just lose water. There is one play that could save him. Demo ships. So, you may be noticing a tech there that we never get to see. It's called Liquid Explosives. Incendiary ships deal full damage to all enemies in their explosion radius. If he goes for Liquid Explosives into demo ships, he could turn it around. It's quite interesting, actually, because like other civs get this tech, the Incendiaries, which increases explosion range by 20%. But Liquid Explosives, we've never seen it in a competitive game from Byzantines before, because they never get to Castle Age on water maps. It could be exactly what the Doctor ordered to clear out this fleet. He's going to start queuing the demos. Raids still into the base are proving annoying. I mean, it's actually crazy how many workers he's killed. 52 villages to 65 now. Other unique one is Heavy Dromans, which gives the Greek Fire staying on the ground. It's not terrible. It also does reduce the man the sails thing. I think they added that after they realized it wasn't enough. So we haven't got that come through. Demo. Just shy of getting that big wallop. However, here's the problem. Because he hasn't got the liquid explosives, what's happening now is the Dromans are outranged. 4 tower range versus 7. Beasty got the Stream Cruise, so these fights just became 10 times harder without the demo pull. Man, raids are still coming through, though. It's actually crazy, man. Wham is doing such a good job of surviving long enough on water that it's drawing all of Beasty's attention. Hence why he just keeps hemorrhaging villagers on land. Now the demo pull. A-Click actually pulls him over to the archer ships. Less than ideal. Looks like he's getting shoved back now. My worry at this stage is like Wham just has no economy on water. It's 8 to 24. He has killed a lot on land, but like food now becomes a risk. You're seeing he's starting to move out onto the map into dangerous locations just to keep units pumping. Beasty, I think that might be the final strike point. Yeah, Wham, he's given up on water anyway. He's going to keep coming to land. And we don't talk about these walls. These walls are, these are my berries. You can't have them. I think that explains it perfectly. Oh, no, I see. It's R. He's going to spell out Rutro. It's not even a perfect right angle, is it? Oh, wait. Nope. That's like 100 degrees. I'm outraged. The Canadian mathematical education system is in shambles, folks. They didn't even teach Wham how to do right angles. Now, clearly this means that we'll never see geometry for his trebuchets because he failed it. Actually, no, we won't because you just get the Greek car instead, right? So, water secured. Docks are on the way. Beasty is about to love life. He may have lost a lot of villages, but who cares? Just replace them with fishermen. What an obtuse play, Jesus Christ. Well played. I don't know whether to ban you or VIP you. So things have slowed down now. Wham has to be considering 2TC, surely. I mean, he did kill a lot of enemy workers. Is 2TC too greedy here? Maybe if he walls first. Wait, guys. It's happening. It's gonna connect. It's still not gonna be a right angle, but it will connect. For Beasty, it's hunker down time and enjoy life. Fishing boats are being pulled over to kind of spread them out to maximize food income. And now he just needs to bulk on land. We have got crossbows massing for both sides. Makes a lot of sense here. He could consider adding in some mangoes. But you will want to get a front line together first. Golems are pretty decent here to hold. And remember, he did get the military wing, so his military force is just going to be inherently more tanky than Wham's. And yes, Beasty deleted the military ships. It's pop blocking at the stage. You don't need many. Wham, in the meantime, has gone into the Cairo siphons. Start to burn through. So Gold King blocked out. Now, Beasty does have the south side. He's going to pivot back to it. Wham should know about this. The game's been going on for quite a lot of time. There's been a lot of demo ships, so there should be some Canadian sensors tingling here that maybe he's gathering gold elsewhere. Meantime, Lancer raids are going to come in the back, just poking away. I'm going to get a big firm commitment. But Beasty is starting to build an eco lead. Nice denial there. Wham taking away the relics. Yet to play for them himself, mind you. Got to really guard these Cairo siphons delicately. Remember, they have less health than standard rams. And also, golems are super effective with the double strike. So we'll look to back off now. Happy with the denial on the gold. The problem here is Wham kind of dropped the ball on guarding all the golds. So Beasty isn't going to be starved out. Still able to gather. Another thing, Wham needs to make sure he keeps pumping Varangian. Otherwise, Beasty has a very easy win in the fight by going composite bow archers. He definitely isn't going to get wood starved anytime soon. Let's put it like that. Not the full siege. See, guys? Now do you get the geometry comment? You don't have geometry. That's why Wham failed it. He's playing Byzantines. I hate myself. Wait, Greek fires instead. I don't think we're going to see Greek fires. I don't know if anyone's actually experimented with it since it got fixed, because originally it was bugged. You didn't know that when the expansion was first released, Greek fires would affect all siege, I believe was the issue. Greek fires is the tech where it leaves like fire where you shoot. I'm pretty sure it's fixed. I'd have to double check rules, but I think Greek fire got fixed a while ago. And good eyes. Beasty could come out for the gold here. I think he's just keeping it for later, and we even now have trade. 6 trading boats. Uh-oh. Sometimes we've seen like the trade can kind of kill a player because it takes a while to set up. It's very expensive, and you get all in. It is a bit risky what Beasty's doing, but it's better than pivoting your gold line back and forth every minute. And he does have the mangoes to slow things down. We mentioned this as a succinct counter. Even the Varangian don't fare that well against mangoes due to the lower base HP. It's like Beasty was gathering up for a keep drop. Preservation of knowledge is going to be on the way. Mangoes need to be protected. Gets the front line there just in time. Keshiks can't get in. Camels mean they definitely can't fight back. Even the Varangian are now struggling against this. Perfect timing there by Beasty. Now the mangoes able to dictate flow. Pushes them away. Wham's going to struggle to go any deeper without a front line. It's only crossbows now. And the other problem is he's wasting a lot of shots on these camels. What a sick timing by Beasty. Able to shove the siege back. Crossbows aren't even moving quick enough anymore. Wham. He's in trouble. He's also now starting to run out of food. We've got the berries, the ball left over, and then I think... Okay, he has still the deer here. No more mercs, really. No, because, of course, without the Grand Winery, the Olive Grove transition isn't easily done. Mango's completely whiffing from Wham. And now the wallop. The villagers on the front line against double Mango is going to struggle here. In fact, Beastie's even target firing him down. At this stage, it feels like he's caught in a vice grip. Damn. What a timing. You know, there was a moment in this where you could kind of believe that Wham was going to bring it together. I gotta say, impressive against the world number one right now, that Wham was able to make this look so competitive with Byzantines. You can argue that the Beasties on the Abbasids, but I think a lot more of us can picture Abbasids on a water map than can picture Byzantines on a water map. Now it kind of feels like it's decisive. Gold gathering on the front line is going to be feasible. He has got the 4K in reserve. The Beastie, at this point, traders up to 13 traders. And they are making payday here. 64 each way. 64 gold, 64 wood. Wow. Did he drop a key? Anything? I don't think so. No, so he's pretty naked and bare right now. Not much to really stop Beastie from continuing the push. Food has slowed down a little bit. I think did he delete some of the fishing boats? No, he just didn't produce more. He kept it at 24 and just split them between the two areas. Droman should require 4 demos. Ah, I see you want Byzantines to win every water map. Is this the most Abbasided map in this matchup? Maybe. It's quite possible. And there's the key drop. Beastie just starting to posture. A lot of wood. Is he thinking about farms? I think it's just the easiest thing to like overgather when you have trade. Because like you're doing the trade to get the gold, but it's giving you equal amounts of wood. So how does Wham get back in? Limitane isn't a bad shout, actually. If your opponent stopped building golems. Wham doesn't have full confirmation of that, though. He's playing quite blind. But if he knows his opponent just playing raw crossbows, and then obviously cavalry, which does get countered by Limitane, Limitane will be your cost-efficient way of surviving. Because the reduction damage against the crossbows, plus the fact you count these units, it's just the one unit that counts all. Problem is, Wham needs to go looking to know what he's up against here. That is a heavy commitment on outposts. Good lord. Alright guys, how many villages do you think Beastie has? He's got 132 eco right now. How much of it do you think are villages? Get a guess in. 60. 60 of his 130 population of villages. Pretty much all of his worker losses in this game were villages. Yeah, and we don't want eco wing. Get that crap out of here. It's trade wing time, baby. You've got trade ships. It's time to grind Bazaar up. Oh boy. Not to mention spice roads. I mean, with Imperial Age and trade for Abba, this is going to look giga busted. Keep drops also coming in. What? No! He sees it, but it's too late to stop it. Beastie's gonna pull even more villages. The mango's coming in! Wham, no! Okay, how did that shot miss? Follow-up isn't gonna though. That's smush time. Villagers go full Napski. Beastie secures another 4K gold vein. Not that he really needs it, but he denies the food away from Wham. That definitely feels like a GG keep. 50 seconds out. Like, once you see Imperial Age, you probably wave the white flag. I'm kind of shocked he hasn't already. But it's what Wham can see and what we can see, right? Maybe he just assumes there isn't trade. So, like, right now, from Wham's POV, it could still be about the gold. But now he realizes there's no upside to Byzantines here on water. Holy Island As always feels the case, another L for the busy boys. All right, so game number 3. Holy Island will be a win for the Abbas. Let me mark these all up as well. Okay. So, best of 5, remember, if Beasty wins this next one, he heads on through to semi-finals, where it will be up against either Louis or Anatan. I believe that series may have actually finished, so let me have a look. So, yeah, he'll be facing off against Louis if he wins this. So right now, outcomes are Vortic through to semifinals. In fact, here, I'll show you here. Sorry, guys, I know it's white, but welcome to Wikipedia. So Louis MT was able to beat Anatan with a draw. No, he won 3-2. The PuppyPaw B series is still going on. Vortic beat Baltune 3-2. And now we've got Beasty 2-1 up for a potential date with Louis. Louis, who, by the way, has been playing Iabids. Iabid's Abba's kind of an intriguing one at the moment. Neither Civ really beelines towards Pro Scouts. I think there has been some funky Aya builds where they go Pro Scouts. I'm still not convinced it is the way. 1 second. So yeah, they should be getting the lobby set up in a second. What I'll do, guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Louis good with Iabids? I mean, I'd hope so. He's been playing them religiously for like the last week. Is there any other unique units in this game that actually subtracts from that Civ's ability to compete? Not that blocks you from getting other units per se. Like, you could argue it used to be the Tower of the Sultan was a blocker, but like you didn't have to build it, right? Maybe, oh, wait, no, yeah, there is. It's Onimusha. Onimusha is the other one. So basically, both the new civs. Yeah, Onimusha would be the other one, because you can't build crossbows. Is that it, chat? Are those the only two? Is it literally the brand new civs that have those weird, like, blockers? Oh, by the way, guys, reminder, we have still got about a week or so left on our giveaway. If you guys want to win a microphone for free... That's right, it doesn't cost you anything. An exclamation mark giveaway. Go across to our Twitter and enter to be in with a chance of winning the MV6 USB game microphone from Shure. You've probably heard of Shure. You've probably seen the microphones. I've got one right here. They are like top of the line microphones. They're basically like best of the best, in fact. I haven't got it plugged in. I can't switch over the other camera right now. Like, I'm using the Shure SM7DB, which is absolute pog tier. But that requires like a full XLR setup, which requires like extra things you'd have to go and buy, which is why we're not giving away one of them. We're giving away one of the USBs, which is plug and play. And I've seen these things. I've listened to these things. I've talked to people who have used these things. They're high quality. They're definitely worth it. So if you want to win, exclamation mark giveaway, all you have to do is go across to the Twitter, follow, like, retweet. It's that simple. KP's giving us stuff for free. Yes, for free. Wow. All right, we're just waiting for the lads now to get the game started. Let's see what map we're going to be seeing. GPU giveaway when? When I have like 5,000 average viewers. I'm sorry, what? How much money do you think I have? XD? KP's hand in marriage giveaway when? How much money have you got? Wow. I'm a gold digger. A lot? I'm sorry, like, where's this come from? Who do you guys think has more money, me or Beasty? I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's fair to say I dress nicer. That doesn't mean I got more money. Live in a kingdom must be... Wait, if we were still in the, like... Serbia's a republic, damn it. I was about to say, if we're still in that comparison. Yeah, but, like, technically, like, isn't my country... Like, what's the technical term? Are we really a kingdom still? Because we're not ruled by our king. So we're, like... I mean, we're republic as well. No? Alright, let's get ready to go. Looks like they've hopped in the game. KP, the haircut is at least 200. Dude, are you kidding me? Dude, I haven't had a haircut since Red Bull Wallow. And you think this haircut is $200? Ishi ay caramba. Be honest, you're bald, aren't you? Constitutional monarchy. That's the term. King still approves new laws? No, not really. There's certain weird kind of like Passovers. I don't know if it's still there, but I remember a few years back, like there was a thing where the Queen had the right to sell the Navy or something. The hair grows super slow. I don't know about that. It's insanely long. It's just called adding hair product. All right, here we go. We're all rich because we like AoE. I don't know, Dem Plays. I don't see a sub icon next to your name. Let's get your gambas up, you little gambaholics. A required formality, but it's a formality. It's like they still bypass if they want to. It's just like how the new PM has to go see the king. But the king can't actually stop him from forming it, like, because there's never been a case where he would reject it. Because last time, like, a king tried to do that, you know, he kind of got rebelled against. It's kind of like the undertone's like, hey, we need you to approve this law, but if you don't, screw you. You know, it's like, I'm pretty sure legally the king can't technically truly block it. Because I think those powers were relinquished back in the Civil War. With good old Charles. Thank you, Den Plays. Appreciate it, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Gotta keep you on your toes now. Make sure you're subbed. Okay, game number 4. One and all, welcome back to the One Trick Pony. What better way to decide if Abbas really sucks than sticking them in the hands of the #1 player in AoE4 right now on the most balanced map? We're in Dry Arabia. Wham with the Byzantines up against Beastie's Abbasids. And you know what? Beastie says Byzantines don't pro scouts. They wouldn't do that. No. So instead of worrying about pro scouts killing a TC boom, you've got the good old-fashioned Eco Wing TC Intense from Beastie. Pretty good spawn for it as well. Like a TC drop here with a shove in would be sick. He also has the retracted berries in the corner. Likely, yeah, so he needs to be out on the stone. I wonder if he wants to do free TC, obviously the second one has to go here. And really important that it does, considering this stone is actually quite far out there. And yeah, wait, did you guys not know we had civil wars? Like, I know, like I know when it comes to talking to Americans, they want to really remember the whole war that we had with you guys. But yeah, we do civil wars too. We've had multiples. Kind of infamous for it. It's kind of why we, like, you know, don't just have a full omni-power monarchy. It's just like we ironed out our kinks a long time before other people, you know? English Civil War equal murdering Scottish people. What are you on about? We had War of the Roses, at the 17th century war. Alright, yeah, 1642, I think? With the royalists and parliamentarians. Which, by the way, wasn't meant to be about you Scottish people. But you listened to the king when he's like, hey, do you want to help me take back the country? You didn't have to listen to him. You could have stayed out. All right, so. Second TC. If it is only 2 TC, I wonder if he just hunkers down. Beasty has got, what, 13 sheep? To the 12 of Wham so far. Wham could be looking for aggression here. Makes a lot of sense. You have very aggressive timings, and you are up against a TC booming Civ. Funnily enough, Power Siphons can be pretty effective at taking down TC plays, and that is what I would call a loose TC. Beasty, he goes for the deer, but look how far away from his base he is. There is a move now for Wham to make. We've got Limitane opening, because usually, like, our bastards will look to lean Horseman here, expecting either Javelins or Lombos. And with it being Limitane, Javelins does seem fairly likely. In German schools, you get taught Britain never got a revolution and civil war. We're a land of reformation. Yeah, as in, like, we're going to decapitate your head and then see if you can reform your body. Very reform-based. How do you guys gamble in the end? 76% for Beasty. That's interesting. Really banking against the Byzantines. I don't know, I've seen this matchup a few times on the ladder recently. Beasty do have a very aggressive line they could take. Especially when you do 4 TCs like this. Usually Abba looks a lot more solid when the TC's back behind the primary. And it's going to be the stables beginning. Wham, already committing to the javelins that we talked about. Blacksmith's being prepped as well. I mean, this could be a Karasai from Rush. Can I decapitate not a hand? Not a head, rather? Why? I'm sorry, Jaime Lannister. Is there a problem? Had like 5 civil wars in Spain? Yeah, it was kind of a good one that you guys had one of them in World War II. Otherwise, that would have got real messy. People like to kind of like tease Portugal for not getting involved in World War II, but for anyone who's like read the biographies and like the backstories, they understand that Portugal really pushed it close to getting involved with how much they helped the Allies. So what's going up? Beasty is just trying to play full insulation. And it looks like Wham is going to go for the fast castle build. So what, fast castle into a Varangian flood? Not a bad idea. Beasty right now, he doesn't know exactly what he's up against. So like you don't really preemptively prep camel archers anymore. They got slightly nerfed. It would be the answer to Varangian, but with the threat of javelins, like camel archers doesn't really work here. I quite like this for Wham. Also, although Beasty's walling himself in for safety, there's a lot of relics up for grabs. Yeah, it's definitely looking like fast castle. Kind of crazy to see him on deer. You don't often expect Biz to do this. Berries just seem so much better. Is there a... I wouldn't expect cataphracts here, right? I mean, Sippy Cup could be kind of crazy, though. What do you mean Portugal did? So Portugal gave a lot of assistance with like port access to like the British fleet, etc. in World War II. And they weren't meant to do that. Because the Spanish, during that civil war, were starting to lean German orientation. But they didn't want to officially declare because they were recovering from a civil war. If Portugal had officially declared for the Allies, it was very probable that Spain would have officially declared for the Axis forces. Spain's a big country. I don't think it would have made their situation better, though, because they already had a huge issue with the concept of defending all of the coasts of Europe against a naval invasion. That would have just actually, like, in some ways that would have made it worse for Germany because it would have spread their troops even thinner. Focus on the game. Nothing's happening in the game right now. They're literally walling. Why don't you focus on subscribing? You still don't seem to be able to figure that out, Hum, okay? So GHT on the way. Wham. Really not interested in even trying to posture here. So we're going to have a castle. Probably going to be, what, military wing? Melee wing does feel pretty good, just for composite bows play. Culture could make a lot of sense as well if Beasty just wants to make this about heavily armored melee units. Wait, this guy is sitting here watching a streamer stream for almost 5 hours now, and he tells us his time is valuable. You're a funny guy. That like reminds me of when, as a kid, I used to like play a video game, lose the video game, and I can't believe they wasted my time. Because I was clearly doing something very important with my time playing that Call of Duty match. Attack up complete. Varangian are going to be getting spammed out here. It is going to be melee wing coming in from Beasty, so it keeps the door open for composite bow archers. He also doesn't know exactly what the landmark is. Like, there's a very minute chance it could be like cataphract play, and then you want to have the camels to deal with sippy cups. Was Beasty forced to pick Abba to make it fair for everyone else? No, it's just, I believe the way they'd done Civ selection was based on seeding, and obviously Beasty was higher seed. So, congrats, he got left with what was considered to be the worst. Wolves now going up. Good old Wham's Wolves. Beasty. Wait, I just realized, in the last tournament, he made a big deal of pointing out, like, he was bottom 3 or bottom 4 for walling. Right? He walled some of the leaps. In this tournament, because he's picked a Bastards, is he technically going to be the highest? Or is it still going to be Wham? That's... I want the stats for that. I need the stats for that. So tech out's complete. Beasty already has the right idea. He's going into crossbows. Crossbow lances. It's a little bit scary because you're up against jabs, but he's assuming, like, for Wham, he wants to be in Varangian Flood here. Because the thing about Byzantines at this stage that feels really nice is you blob really quickly due to the system effects with the Dialecticus and Scriptios. Funnily enough, actually, he's stuck on Dialecticus right now for Blacksmith techs. So he's not actually getting the Varangian out quicker. First wave is going to arrive in the enemy base, though. Beasty. He has queued up the 3 lances. But wait, was that just now? Yeah, I think he reallocated. So 30-second window. But the horsemen should be good enough to shut this down with the camels. Yeah, nice snipe there as well. Wham goes after the crossbows. Lance is now arriving. So Javelin's getting wiped out. Remember, Wham also took a gap from gathering berries to go into deer. Wait, why am I getting blamed for spreading Beasty walling propaganda when we literally just said he was a bottom 4 waller in the last tournament? Your logic is about as flawless as my execution of a Delhi build order. I don't play Delhi. I like that we've still got these little raider boys waiting in the back. So Beasty's just kind of looking for a poke opportunity when a fight is happening. I wonder, does he consider just going farms quite early? He's still got a lot of berries to work with. But he's bloating economy at a reasonable pace. So like around 80 villages, you could probably afford to do so, especially with the Fertile Crescent discounts. Nice horseman poke. Villagers not quite able to defend themselves. Looks like Akratoy was still in cooldown. BC only builds... Wait, sorry. Wham only builds aqueducts because they kind of look like wolves. True. We do tease him about it sometimes. Like, with the midweek muster, it kind of became a frequent thing to call it Wham's wallings. Because he very much likes to kind of encapsulate himself. Even in Season 9, I'd say he does it a lot quicker than most players would. It's impressive, though. Like, it's kind of praiseworthy, the fact that he makes it work so often. Because walling is very expensive now, guys. Really kills your progress. It's going to be progressing into those farms. Yeah, so, like, what? Probably about 10 farms? By the time you're at 2025, agriculture tech is looking pretty nice. BC never went for the relics, though, right? Which, you kind of understand with the lack of map control. But he's the only one building cavalry, so I was a little bit surprised there wasn't any attempt to snatch them away. So that's important for Wham. Like, he's falling behind pretty hard, but he's going to have 4 relics home. And on top of that, the system buffs, which will kind of balance him out a little bit. He's still going to be behind Beasty, there's no doubt about that. Economically, Beasty's going to look better for the next 8 minutes. But he has at least now got the TC coming in to pad the problem. We are starting to get the olive groves. The worry here is, like, Javelin, Camels as options. Is that really super effective against Abba? If this was a composite bow archer build, yes. He has got a decent amount of crossbows, so look, he'll get value out of the jabs. I think Beasty could just quite healthily go Golems, though. Force your opponent on the crossbows, then you come back for, like, archers. It's always tricky against Byzantines because the dynamics are different. It's not that you can force your opponent off of one unit to another, because they always have the olive oil lingering to go back for a second unit type, right? So, like, if this Civ didn't have jabs, you'd be like, oh yeah, go Golems, force them crossbows, I have archers. And then they'll try to react by going back to this other unit. But with Byzantines, because they get all the olive oil extra, he'll be able to go crossbows and javelins. And then just add in like a cheap front line. Beasty, we've got the siege creep. Smart read. Ranging count not really high enough to dive in, especially against crossbows. I wondered if he'd commit to this. The javelin count isn't insane, but he's trying to keep it low. Easy to address now than let it blob up to 40. You can argue mangoes will hit more targets then, sure, but they'll also die a lot quicker. And this is always the sick thing about Abbasids, just their ability to build it on the go. Same as Springolds. In fact, you guys remember the good old days where it was like Abba Mongols just dominating everywhere because of this unique perk. Another worrisome thing actually for Wham is the Grand Winery location. His farms are essentially going to be on the front line. You really see that Beasty's posturing for that. More horsemen are on the way. Wham needs significantly more Limitane. It just feels like Beasty's economy is winning out here. Yeah, he hasn't got the agriculture tech, and I think farm count must be at 30. Okay, 19. He's going to have to make a pivot soon, though. The berries are getting a little bit low. It's like javelins. I could dive with mangoes. Not really a feasible kill. 2 damage per javelin strike. You kind of wish that these were Springolds and you had the old javelin interaction. For those who didn't know, javelins used to count as Springolds. True story. Still can't believe that was a thing. Rangian actually aren't here. They're trying to cut the reinforcement wave. So BC, he actually scouts it quite cheaply. Only 1 horseman, 1 crossbow getting found. Army count still favors him on the offensive, and the mangoes is becoming a real problem here. Wow, I'm now trying to react with his own, but like at this stage, it kind of feels like he needs horsemen of his own. Horsemen would make a lot of sense here. You know, your opponent doesn't have any buffs towards them. He's built enough siege to incline you, but with 600 to 700 food income, it's not enough, especially on 2 TC. So instead he has to make a hard effort to survive here. Mangoes keeping him on his toes. Rangian. They did slow down the reinforcements, but it comes at a pretty penny in return now. We'll get chased away, killed off. For Wham, he kind of needs to find a fight now. There isn't really much waiting left to do. What could be sick is if he tries to get some outposts up, some mangonel emplacements. It's probably his best bet right now. And yeah, Baltune, there was no feudal push. I was having the same thought. The crazy part is like Wham in the early game opened with a blacksmith. And I thought he was going to get the siege engineering and rush a Kara siphon. He never did. Now, as a result, that glorious TC seems to have paid off a little bit too much. Dive comes in. Wham's army getting wiped. And it looks like he's going to get wiped out of one-trick pony. This is too much force. Too much firepower. That's already too deep. So that means Beasty will be heading through to the semifinals up against Louis MT on Sunday. Interesting matchup historically. Louis MT and Beasty. Back when Beasty only had that focus on the late game, Louis was like the bane of his existence, but Beasty's made this really big emphasis of pointing out he's a new beast, a more aggressive party in 2025. And being the Abbas aggressing into the Byzantines definitely feels like it kind of thumbs up that idea. Ring-a-ding-ding. We have it in 4. 3-1 victory for Beasty in the one-trick pony matchup. He was 100% convinced he was going to lose. Was he? I'm guessing because of the TC placement, like Baltune came in to talk about. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I think it's a fair point to highlight. Like, if Wham goes back, like, was there a play to just go for that second TC with Cryo Siphon? Because it was so far away. Like, we highlighted at the time, it's like a greedy TC, but if you can get it, it's insanely good TC. I was actually shocked at the time that Beasty even took that move. These matchups were horrible. I mean, I think the interesting one is it kind of looked like... I don't know how Coastal went. I can imagine how Mountain Clearing went. It makes sense that Biz would be favored there. I think the craziest game to me of all these was actually Holy Island. It was Holy Island where it looked like he was going to get it. The Biz win. Right? Because like he had a pretty sick build there. I really like the way that Wham conceptualized and executed in game number 3. Just unfortunately, Beasty never a pushover, right? Beasty got completely food-starved? I'm not surprised. Was it longbow contract, I'm guessing, from Byzantines? It's like you can just LB contract, and then you can starve his food. You just keep poking in, right? Usually the deer spawns on the forward side, so you can't touch the deer. Berries as well, so like you can't touch berries. So that leaves you with just the sheep. And you can't play boar either. Another reason why Abba feels bad on Mountain Clearing. Is this MDM? No, this is One Trick Pony. We were just casting some of the games. I probably won't be live tomorrow to cast the second day of them. There'll be a channel for that anyway. But, like, you know, I wanted to hop on today. I think weekend turnout was pretty good. Maybe we'll look to do more weekend streams in the future. I was weighing up doing the Garrison games the other weekend, but I just didn't. I don't know, we'll see. It's like, I already do 4 days a week, and I'm trying to be careful not to, like, burn myself out. Because, like, there is only so much, I feel there's only so much AoE4 you can cast of, like, standard 1v1 before it can get a little bit fatiguing. Right? So I've always tried to be conscious of that, because I think there was a stage where, I don't know, chat, was it last year at one stage we were doing, like, 5 days a week, and then we were casting weekend? And it's like, I was feeling the burn, because it's like, I was literally, I was just seeing everything. And it, like, I don't want to say I was right on all the calls, etc., but like, I was like, oh yeah, we've seen this before. But this was fun. These were good games to watch. But I think plans will be, so guys, we do have the midweek muster continuing. We could technically do one more midweek muster series today. I don't know. I'm weighing it up. I mean, we've been live for 4.5 hours, which is pretty reasonable. Because there was the Gully Deckle Numadon series that we could check in on. I reckon we'll leave it at 4.5 hours, though. It's been a good stream. So I'll stay and talk to you guys for a few minutes. You like that we raided Hom the other day? Yeah, dude. I love Hom. I mean, like, dude, I even went out of my way to sign, like, a Hom creator. Like, I'm really excited for Olden Era. I think we will explore, like, setting up a new channel to do some Olden Era content. I think that'd be pretty cool. You've done good with the KPMM format. It's interesting. Thank you. Yeah, like, I kind of like, for my own sanity, and I think it's good for everyone else, it needs to, like, change. It needs to evolve. It's good because of that. And I think we evolve it at a reasonable pace that, like, it's overall a very positive experience now for viewers and actually I think players as well. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just, like, stroking my own ego a bit, but I see it as, like, an overall win with the way we've done it. But yeah, we'll raid through to Age of RTS in a few minutes. What was I going to say? Oh, we'll probably look to, on next Friday, I'm thinking we maybe go live with some... Wait, what's happening next weekend for AoE4? Is anything else happening next weekend for AoE4? But because I want to do some... I actually want to do some Monster Hunter. They said they're going to send me a key. So I was thinking we could check out Monster Hunter either on the Friday when it launches, or maybe we could check it out on the... on like Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. Does anyone know if there's any tournament happening on next weekend? Should we have a look? One sec. Let me open up browser. I don't think there's any tournament happening. So we've got... I don't know what this is. The Mega 4v4 tourney? Probably. Yeah, I noticed that like ping go around that Discord of like people not being in sync with their times, so God knows with that one. But I don't know, maybe we'll be able to do something on like Saturday, Sunday, we'll see. Because I legit don't think there's any other tournaments. If I have a quick look here. LAN event, Pog. I hope they invite me. So, the King of Civilization. Oh, that's right. Jondo mentioned this to me. Wait, is it not on the weekend? I thought it was on the weekend. So the way this one's going to work that you came up with is like you basically have to progress through all the civilization. Yeah. So like you'd start with one civ, kind of like this one, but when you beat someone, you steal their civ. It's an interesting idea. I don't think it's something you can put too much like competitive leeway on, if that makes sense. I don't think it's like, oh my god, you know, this is going to 100% always be fair. Because it's like if someone gets a matchup against a worse player who's got Juji and they beat them, like they've already empowered their draft to an insane degree. I'll message John Durr and see if he's come up with like a time. Apparently Crackety is going to be casting it. I mean, we might do it as well. I'll have to see. Because I don't know if there's like, I don't know if there's a qualifier, if it's going to be like 2 weeks long. I don't know, man. Like for price pool of that size, how many people are going to sign up, I wonder? I don't know, we'll see. What range of matches per day do you feel is okay to cast before feeling fatigued? It's hard to gauge, really. I think part of me, this is why I want to also check out like some new games when they release, etc. It just keeps things fresh for me, you know? It's kind of like more special when you like not like I've been weighing this up recently, whether like casting 100 plus hours at AoE4 Pro 1v1s per month is like fatiguing at all. I think it's nice because like there's loads of layers to it, right? If we go and stream other games, then we come back, we potentially bring new people to AoE4. We also just get fresh new perspectives. And it mixes up the content. You know, that's why I've like said if we reach like 750 average viewers, we start doing like a Road to Conf like series, right? Because I think it'll be refreshing for me and for people as well. But you know, I think I don't know how many hours would be fatiguing. It's more like there are points where it becomes fatiguing when the meta doesn't develop quick enough, and that unfortunately is quite often in AoE4, right? Like we don't. It was refreshing at first when we got Pro Scouts, and then like a month and a half in, we were kind of like, okay, we want this to change, and now we're like 4 months in, 5 months in, and we're still like we kind of want this to change, right? So that can create a fatiguing experience. That's why we've worked really hard with the midweek muster maps to kind of like diversify game strat. So that it's not just every map is, did you pick a good Pro Scout Civ? No. Okay, you lost the game. Get a side job at AoE4 development and show us behind the scene peaks. I mean, I don't know about that, but I've said before, if like Microsoft want to work deeper on things, I'm always open to it. I don't know, there is like behind the scenes content I want to try and figure out. Like I said before, like I want at some point the series get a vlog series started up. I don't know if that'll be on the main channel or not. I think we might try to do more talking head content. Honestly, judging by like the views on YouTube, that type of content seems to do well anyway. But we'll figure it out. You can discuss it with me further if you want, guys. I'm always intrigued as to what people are looking forward to, what games. I didn't realize Old Nero was happening until some people came in and told me. So always keep my ear to the ground. If you want to tell me about things, ! Discord, a free way of doing so. Come join our community. Looking to revamp it as well, make it a bit more like user-friendly. So we'll see how that goes. You feel like you lose a bit of hype with a stuck meta? Yeah, of course. Like if you've already, you know, it's so much more intriguing when you're in the revelation stage of like, what is this and how does it work? You know, when you know all the answers, you can end up sound like a busybody know-it-all type person, which no one likes. And also it's just like, because they've seen it 10 times before, you end up repeating the things you've said as well, which is like more likely to happen on a solo cast as well, compared to like when you have a co-cast, you just have a conversation. There's so many layers to it. But guys, I'll be back on Monday. We're going to be doing more games there. YouTube, I'm going to end stream now. Remember, guys, Monday should be live by about 1 p.m. CET to 1:30 CET, I think we're going for, because we've got loads of series to get through, as you can see with that bracket.